Looking jovial this morning. Our first submitter today is Tessa McKenzie. Welcome, Tessa. You've got 10 minutes to make your presentation, but if you finish a little earlier, then my colleagues might have some questions for you. Tessa's submission on behalf of the Natural Assets Trust is on page 805. Sorry, Councillor Kitty. That was page 805 of attachment 9. Thank you, Tessa. If you'd be so kind as to press the purple button on one of the microphones in front of you, then you're wired for sound. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. So that's an awful lot of pages to have read. So does that mean, how many pages do you actually have to read for something
About
like
3,000.
Yeah. Right. So who has actually read the submission, can I ask? You ready now? Yeah. I'm surprised at how many people are here too. I didn't realise it was such a auspicious event. So I was encouraged to do this submission through attending the homelessness strategy meetings. I personally have contributed about $85,000 worth of my own time to the housing situation over the last 4 years, particularly around the tiny house movement. So many of you know me from that aspect in the past, but really this seems to be the only avenue to be able to get these messages across. So I'm really asking, what do you know about living in a car? How many people know what it's like to live in a car? Or how many people have actually moved house more than once in the last 3 months? Anybody? Okay, so I guess my point is that you need people like me and others who work in the social sector to be able to give you an idea of what that experience is actually like. Because if you are going to make some legislative changes to change the homelessness situation, then you really need to get some kind of understanding of what it means to be sleeping in a car, and what small moves can be made that make that a more bearable experience. So things like being able to have a safe place to park that's secure, where you're not going to get ousted or fined at 8 in the morning, somewhere where you have access to toilets, showers, cooking facilities, Wi-Fi and power. They're all very simple things that most of us take for granted. But those mean the difference between living in extreme stress and living in manageable stress for a lot of our families who are currently living in cars. With the COVID lockdown, we've had a lot of people who perhaps are now facing the rental market. There's something like 700 people on the waiting list for housing at the moment across the board, and that's not just emergency housing, that's all sorts. So if there's 300 people applying within a day for a rental that goes up on Trade Me, that means that all the families, people with children or animals, immediately are shoved down to at least the bottom 50 of those. So it means that it's very hard for them to get any kind of look in. The point that I really want to look at in terms of legislative change is that about sharing properties, to allow private dwelling owners to have a portable home, a self-contained home. It doesn't have to be a motorhome, it could be a Freedom Cabins home, it could be a tiny house on wheels, to be able to legally have that on their dwelling for more than 90 days a year. So what could we change in terms of legislation that could allow that to happen? Just while we're in this crisis, we've got some real high-level stuff happening in the homelessness strategy. There's a forum happening in October, but we've got winter between now and October and people are still homeless. So what can you do now to change some of those things to allow people to have somewhere safe, dry, secure, semi-permanent, so their kids can attend school or they can stick with their job or look for new jobs, because you can't get a job without a house, you can't get a benefit without an address. These are ripple effects of housing. So how can you as legislators help with some of the tweaks around the legislative stuff? So allowing people in portable homes to stay on private land where that dwelling owner agrees for that to happen and they see it as a kind of win-win. How can you allow legislation that perhaps for people who aren't completely self-contained, who don't have a toilet cassette, for example, that need to plumb into the sewage, how can you waive some of the consent fees to allow that to happen quite easily? How can you allow some of the zoning so that more than one person can live on a piece of land. A lot of people are into the shared ownership. We've got thousands of people. I don't know if anyone follows the tiny house movement, but there are thousands of people living in tiny homes in New Zealand right now. A lot of them are under the radar. So they're always looking over their shoulder to make sure the neighbours aren't going to dob them into somebody. But they are actually some of our young upcoming professionals who have found their way onto the first step of the housing ladder. Because this is a type of home that they can actually afford to buy. They can't always afford to get a mortgage for one because banks don't like to lend on mobile homes on wheels. But if you're only having to pay between $70,000 and $120,000 for a house, compared to $400 or $500, which is what council deems as affordable, then this actually gives people a step into that housing ladder. They live in their own home that they are able to call their own, they take pride in it, and when they sell that later on, because they have been able to afford to save from their money that they earn to be able to get a deposit on a real house, that gives them a pathway into what a lot of us assume and just take for granted. So that's really the main basis of my submission. For those of you that do want to read it, it's quite short, it's only 3 pages. And I think the other thing I just wanted to mention is I know Tommy Karpai is doing the new Awhi Up, which you would have read about in the paper. This really supports that way of thinking. How do we as community actually support each other to look out for each other? Just because we don't know what it might be to live from hand to mouth or out of a car, this is the reality for people. And as humankind, I'm sure if your children or your friends were homeless, you would put them up on your couch, for example. People run out of those bridges sometimes. You can only couch surf for so long before it really affects your own mental health. So what I'm asking you is to kind of look within yourselves as human beings, as friends of people, as family. Say, what would you do if it was your own kin who was in this situation, and how can you transfer some of that thinking to the wider public in what is happening right now? Thank you. We've got 3.5 minutes left.
Well done. Thank you, Tessa. Got a question from Mayor Powell.
Good morning, Tessa. Thank you for your submission. And look, a number of the council do care deeply about this. I just want to reassure you of this. In Kāinga Tupu, the task force on homelessness, which is all around prevention, support, supply and system enablers, is about building houses for ultimately. We can't do it without our relationship with government. So it's not so much a question, and I'm breaking a rule here. I just wanted to assure you that we do take very seriously your submission. And there is a lot of really qualified people who do understand the issues that you're talking about much better than I or many of my colleagues do, I can assure you, that are working in that task force on homelessness.
Thank you for your assurance around the care, and that's great, but it's not action, and it needs action now. So, yeah, and it doesn't mean you have to build houses for people. This is what I'm saying, is there's a huge continuum that you can work on that actually eases the pressure right now. You don't need to think, well, we've got to build all these houses for people. We know that's not an achievable thing in the short term. So what can we do in the meantime? Like if you ring up all the emergency housing suppliers right now, there are no vacancies. So I personally rang up 3 different campgrounds who are registered as emergency housing providers. No, sorry, no. So rentals, same thing. So what can you do as council? I mean, to me, it's an absolute farce that work and income are paying $100,000 a year for one small family to live in a motel for 1 year. Now, if that $100,000 was diverted, if council could work in partnership with national government to say, how can we do something a bit clever, a bit smart here, and say, we'll do a rent to own for some of these portable houses so people do get into the housing market. Someone could own their own house after 1 year instead of it feeding the motel trade, which then takes away from our domestic tourism. Cool. Great. So it's the speed thing. What can we do as temporary short-term measures over winter, now? Not waiting till later, now. That's my question. This is 3 years on with the homelessness crisis. It is a crisis. We get COVID, and all sorts of things happen like that overnight. This is a crisis of equal proportions to that.
Councillor Clout has a question, and then Councillor Arbery.
Yeah, thanks very much, Tessa. Given that if you're putting like an extra small unit on the back of your property, whatever, the difference between having to plumb in all the services and just having it as a bedroom as such, what's your view on those two? Because they actually, each one of those has a different level of sort of investment you've got to make in that, and also regulatory issues that go with it.
So, I mean, there's already a rampant amount of those little porta cabins, isn't there? Because they come under the 10 square metres, so they don't kind of violate any rules. But there are plenty of self-contained. So self-contained as in grey water, okay? So the kitchen, the shower, they're not septic. So there's compost toileting, and there's also the black water systems where you go to a dump station. Those are easy. You can do that now without having to plumb into anything. You can do self-contained tanks, whether it's in portable homes or in motorhomes. But if you want to be able to plumb into a flush toilet, then what I'm saying is that, already all of our grey and black water goes down the same hole, unfortunately. To me, that's kind of wrong, but that's how it is in terms of the current infrastructure. So I don't support so much having people living in just bedrooms, sharing houses, because that creates more pressure. If someone's got their own self-contained space, it makes a big difference. And if they're on a big enough section where it's not going to impede, all it is counting another 1 bedroom or 2 bedrooms to that property. So you can't argue about this sort of extra strain on infrastructure, because it's the same as having extra borders in. There's plenty of houses with empty bedrooms, and it's just like putting an extra bedroom or 2 on the property.
Councillor Arbery, final question.
So is there any one rule in particular that you have in mind that should be our highest priority to change? We do have an upcoming plan change.
The multiple dwellings on shared land. So for that whole kind of eco-village idea, having a pilot tiny house eco-village, which is mooted in the homelessness strategy, and the park over places. Because I know in Waihi Beach they had, at one of the Freedom camping places, they actually had a portable block of showers and a kitchen with Wi-Fi. Works really well. That's all people need, is that kind of safety. And I'm not talking about the hard end, the complex clients, the addicts and things like that. There's all these different stages in the continuum of homelessness. And so I'm kind of looking at the middle to the easy end. The hard end needs that wraparound support, which is being talked about with the Kāinga Order Hub. But to me, that needs to be within a housing situation, not just the agencies by themselves. They need to be walking alongside people in houses to mentor.
Thank you, Tessa, for your submission. As the Mayor has said, Council is working in this space, but we'll be considering your submission with the others next week, and making some final decisions by the end of this month. But in terms of those longer term planning questions, that's something that's certainly on Council's radar as well. So
Okay.
Thank you for your submission.
Thank you. And will I get feedback from that on what you've kind of decided, or will that be the?
Here we are. Yes, we are writing to the submitters,
Okay.
which is good. Thank you.
Great.
Thank you, Tessa.
Thank you.
Uh,
Thank you.
Good morning, Joe. Hi. I've been poked by somebody. No. Can you? Every time I finish the questions, Councillor Robson's hands goes up. Yes, Councillor.
It's not a question, but in terms of the rules, if I can have similar leniency that was given to the Mayor.
Not just yet.
He made a statement that a number of councillors are concerned in this area. I believe all councillors are
thank you.
concerned in this area. I'd just like to
Thank
make
you. I think
that
that's
clear.
sufficient. That's sufficient. And
Thank you.
I would suggest it goes without saying. Councillor, no, not Councillor. Hey, you never know. I did ask you if you wanted to be Councillor once. I think you'd be a bloomin' cracker. Welcome, Joe. Sorry we're a few minutes early, but appreciate you moving your submission 6 minutes forward.
No, that suits me, thank you.
And you know how we roll. We've got 10 minutes allocated, but we are a few minutes ahead of time, so
Okay,
over to you.
great. So, kia ora tātou, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to my second submission. I do appreciate that and understand that there's been a lot of people wanting to speak, which has been great. And really just want to support everything Tessa said, even though I came in a little bit late in her submission, but that speaks a lot to one of the main points of, or main themes of my second submission. So there's 4 points I'd like to speak to my second submission. The first one is I strongly support the establishment of the Independent Sustainability Advisory Board and the development of a sustainability framework. I would really like to see or like to believe that there can be more than $200,000 towards this. I think that could be up as high as $1 million towards this to really get the outcomes we want. I see the advisory board really needs to have that independence which is in its name. I've been on, as I've mentioned before, I've been on a lot of forums and groups relevant to the council's work, and I don't see a lot of independence in those groups. I see a lot of invested interest coming through in groups. So my request to this council for the Independent I'll just say ISAB, is that we don't have developers sitting on it. We don't have Priority One sitting on it. We don't have large corporates sitting on it. We don't have Tourism Bay of Plenty on it. We actually look to the local expertise in this area and get people that know what they're talking about. With absolute due respect to the councillors in the room, you don't know what sustainable development looks like at the level of a sustainability framework. You need people with the expertise. That doesn't come in the form of invested interest. So I'd really like to see that. I'd like to see that there is staff retained in the development of the sustainability framework and then the implementation of it. There are good people in this city that are in this council already with the knowledge and the experience and the motivation to actually take this where it needs to go. So please keep them in their place and actually mandate them and resource them accordingly instead of just giving them the, the lip service to the role. Actually give them the capacity to do what they need to do. Also ensure that this has, as I said before, more than lip service. So if there's going to be recommendations made, take those recommendations and do something with them. And in that, I'd really like to see short, medium and long-term goals set around a framework, and then those as accountabilities embedded into council staff roles. At the very top, at the CEO level, there's got to be some accountability, otherwise don't do it. If there's no accountability, if there's no commitment to ensuring that there's goals set and that there's implementation and there's accountabilities, don't bother. And I'd just like to know that this framework isn't going to become another document that gathers dust and disappears into the council network. In my submission, I talk about the environment strategy, which was worked on early 2018. That was one of the best pieces of that's one of the best pieces of work I've seen this council do. It was a real example of co-design. It was meant to be one of the council's guiding documents. And when I talk to anyone in council about that now, no one knows what happened to it. No one knows if it exists. No one knows where it is. So please don't let the sustainability framework be another document that gathers dust. So that was my first point. The second point is I'd really like to see with the, the distribution or the allocation of funds, that we look at where the economic development strategy or how that's funded within the council. I have got nothing but respect for Priority One and Tourism Bay of Plenty, but they are funded by this council under the mandate of economic development. Can we just look further afield than that with the sustainability framework and understand that that framework, economic development sits under that sustainability framework, it sits within it. So I'd just like to see either a review or a reallocation of the funding. And I mentioned in my first submission, I'll mention it again, Sustainable Business Network is, with Glenn Crowther, is a massive resource to this city. And if there's any way that this council can recognise that and bring his knowledge into the development of this framework, he's not asking me to say this, but if we lose him, we lose a massive asset. The third point is around urban planning. So I've talked to this a little bit. I feel that this council for a long time now has only listened to ratepayers. I'm a ratepayer. So I've always had a voice. I've always had that privileged voice. But there's a lot of people, as Tessa spoke about, that don't have that privilege. But why is their voice not heard or less important than someone who pays rates? Every single person who pays rent contributes to rates. So I'd really just like to see that. I'd really like to see a way that this council actually embraces the whole of society, those with and those without, and understands what they want. When I was working as a stakeholder in the AFTI program, I asked if there was any work being done to understand the impact of growth on low-income communities. And I was told it was not part of the scope. Now, how can that not be part of a growth strategy of any kind? Gentrification is a hard word, and is also a major concern for a lot of people. I know Makatu is outside of the Tauranga City area, but Makatu, they need infrastructure, they need support, they need development. They're terrified of losing their community to that. So I would just like to stress that there are people that are not being heard because they're not privileged. They're not ratepayers, they're not corporate, they're not business owners. So there's a lot of people in the city that need a say. And then going back to urban planning, I've a long time advocated for cycling as transport in the city. I do not believe that is understood by this council what cycling for transport means. Cycling can be recreation, cycling can be sport, cycling can be transport. That means you get on your bike and you go wherever you need to go. It doesn't matter what time of the day it is, it doesn't matter what route you're taking because you're going in different directions, different times of the day, and you're just trying to move about the city as you would in a car. That's cycling as transport. So if you just focus on cycling as commuting or as recreational, you've missed the boat. The opportunity is gone. We need to understand cycling as a viable form of transport and invest in that, because at the moment the council seems to be investing in moving and storing cars. So that comes back to choice, and that comes back to equity, that we really need to understand choice in the plans that we are developing and the policies that we're developing, because some people, as Tessa has pointed out, don't have a choice. If they have a car, they can't afford petrol, they can't afford parking, so they either walk or catch a bus, probably not a bus, or they just don't go places. They don't get to their jobs, they don't get to employment because they don't have choice, and our system, our network doesn't support choice. And just with my last few minutes, I want to ask if anyone has read or seen the Rotorua Homes and Thriving Community Strategic Framework. This is an amazing document, and it occurred to me why I have been so frustrated with what's been happening with AFTI and all the tauranga planning is that it's the opposite of what Rotorua have done. Now, Glenn mentioned Rotorua as a good council to look to. They have designed Homes and Thriving Communities strategic framework around the outcomes that are important to them. And those outcomes are focused around equity. They're focused around energy efficiency and affordability of homes. They're focused around homes designed for multi-generational households, kaumātua housing, active and public transport. They are trying to build cars out of their communities, not in its entirety, but they're trying to put the people's first choice into active transport. So this has been developed around equity. It's been developed around the social and environmental goals that they want, and it has been developed through a co-design process, and I know that because I've been a part of it in the work that I do. We spend a lot of time in Rotorua. So I'd really encourage, if you haven't read this, to please read it. This is putting people first. This is putting social, cultural, and environmental outcomes first. In the strategy, one of the measurements is that Te Reo is spoken more in their communities. That's one of their measurements. There's a massive gap between what this council is focusing on and what other councils are moving towards. And I'd just like to ask that that can be received with an open mind, because I think there's a lot that has been happening with this council that has just always been happening, and it's hard to shift. So I just ask that there can be an open mind in the receipt of this information, and I would just love to see a shift in our thinking and a movement towards people as opposed to profit. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. We have time for a question or two. Councillor Robson.
Yeah, look, I appreciate the support for the ISAB. I think it's critical. Do you have any suggestions, and I'll take them any way, or my colleagues any way possible, on who should be on that board? I think the composition of the board is critical. I appreciate the comments you've made with regard to who shouldn't be there. But yeah, suggestions to who should be. I know staff are, there'll be a report coming to us in this area. So any suggestions to who you believe, with your experience and your knowledge, should be on that board, I'd appreciate.
Sure. I haven't spoken to them about this, so don't consider it that they want to be on there, but Glenn Crowther is a given. James Hughes. Joy Moya. I don't know if you're familiar with her. She's part of the Carbon Reduction Group. And there was someone else in my head, and it's just gone completely out. But there are at least 3. Yeah.
Any further questions, colleagues? Yep, Councillor Baldock.
Thanks, Joe. You made a comment in your submission this morning that we give greater weight to ratepayers than others. Yet, I need to ask you, were you asked when you made your submission whether you were a ratepayer or a renter in the city?
No, but I've been involved in a lot of the activities that Council's been working on for a long time. I've sat in a lot of forums and a lot of submission environments, and I have seen the over-representation and uptake of those with privilege. And those with privilege are business owners, ratepayers, and corporates. So that's where that comes from.
Thank you, Joe. We'll be considering the funding of the sustainability framework in particular next week, but your other points are noted as well, and we'll be making a final decision by the end of the month. So thank you for submitting.
Thank you.
Cheers. Our next submitter is Renava Graham, speaking on behalf of the Faroe Islands Apartments, in terms of the Feral Cats. Yeah, Faroe Islands Apartments, yeah. Please come forward. So the rules of the game are we've got 10 minutes allocated for you to speak and use as you wish. But if you finish a little earlier, then there might be some questions from my colleagues. But the time is yours to give us the message you see fit. Over to you. If you press the purple button too when you're speaking. There you go.
Thank you. So I got Peter with me, which is my neighbour. So he's got the same issues as me. So basically, we've been running into a problem called feral cats. Got a lot of wild or feral cats running around on our properties and in the neighbourhood. And we've been trying to figure out, where can we get some help from? What can we do about this? And so far, we kind of just run into a brick wall. contacted the council, the government, SPCA, and a few other organizations. And everyone's kind of just throwing away the responsibility. But basically, what we just want to get out of it is just some management around feral cats. We both have cat traps, but the problem is if we do catch a cat, what do we do with the cat? How do we make sure it's not someone's cat? Because there's no microchip enforcement, so if we caught a cat and put it down humanely, we could potentially be charged for damage to property, which would be very an uncomfortable situation. So the ideal situation would be if the council handed out cat traps to people that have this issue, which I know you guys already do. But then if a cat was caught in the trap, that person could call the council. If the council, say, had a cat person employed, could call the person, and the person from the council would come and pick up the trap and basically deal with the cat. If we had microchip, then they could take it to, the person would check to see if there's a chip. If there is, it would be returned to the owner. If it wasn't, then the council would basically put the cat down. However, obviously that cost money. So if that isn't something the council would like to fund, which would be the ideal situation for us, then obviously we're happy to take responsibility. But the problem is again the whole thing with basically if we caught a cat and it happened to be someone's cat, but we thought it wasn't someone's cat and it was put down, then in worst case scenario we could be charged for damage to property, which is not ideal. Yeah. Good.
Good morning, everyone. Okay, we also have the issue which we have down there, that there's so many feral cats. The SPCA do drop. I think the program has been that the SPCA will let loose when those cats are actually being neutered or fixed. But in the meantime, some people will just go and drop off a cat there because they don't want it. So it has caused a bit of so there's a rise of numbers because they start breeding. Me personally, I have neutered already 11 cats. Now what happens with the neutering of 11 cats is that the vet would usually say you got to watch over them for about 2 or 3 days because of the operation before you let them loose. But over those 3 or 4 days, what happens is I will feed them, and then they know where to come and eat. And so I like cats, so it's not a big issue. But my Persian cat, doesn't like the others. So there's a lot of scrapping going around. And I got 2 dogs, but they like cats, so nothing happens there. So what my problem is that if I do catch a cat, I've got a choice to either take it to a vet and have it put down, but then that comes in, if it has a chip, then it belongs to somebody. If it doesn't have a chip, then it becomes my responsibility, because the vet will want to know my name, and then I put down my name, and then am I in liberty to euthanize a cat, or do I have it fixed and then let it loose? So both issues cost about the same thing. So I've been paying always around $100 either way. Fixing or not fixing, depends on female or male. I don't mind doing it, but it is hitting my pocket a bit. So I would actually like to seek either assistance to, I know SPCA will say no because they are a public funded organization, and if somebody leaves a big amount of in their will and then passes to SPCA, they will do a program of fixing. But they are also the ones who actually put those cats down into that colony in Judea. So, I'm in a catch-22. So the moment I feed them, I've taken on responsibility, feel I can let them loose because I know they're fixed and they, they have their life quality or no life quality. What happens, they come back, they want their food, I feed them, and then it becomes a cycle. And I know by law, I think you're only allowed to have like 3 cats. And what does 3 cats mean? 3 cats who sleep indoors, or just in general 3 cats in a property? So of course I'm violating that because I got too many and they come in. Now, Rumba is my neighbor. Because she's a little bit lower than me, the cats will kind of pass her property. Sometimes they do their droppings there, and she's got 2 young kids. So it's a bit of a problem there. So that's why we started catching them. But then we don't know what to do because, there's about 100 cats, and I mean, that's a lot of money I would have to spend to neuter them. So that's our dilemma. If there would be a guideline of what we can do, either SPCA or companies do neutering or euthanasia, but it's kind of funded to a certain extent, so it becomes an option to do it, not $100. Because I can come up with that a few more times, but then, that's about my issue.
Thank you. It sounds like a real cat's 22. Sorry, apologies. Sorry, some of my colleagues are getting triggered this morning. I'm trying to break the tension. Councillor Baldock, question.
Thank you. I've got a couple, but the first one's just why the Faroe Apartments? I've been to the Faroe Islands several times. Why has it got that name? I'm just curious about that.
Oh, why the country is called Faroe Islands?
No, why the submission is in the name of sort of yours and Faroe Islands Apartments?
I haven't, no idea. I was like, I thought it was referring to Faroe Islands, which is the country where I'm from.
It's really feral cats, is it?
I have no idea where that came from.
Faroe Islands is a beautiful place, though, I might say.
Thank you.
It's a really lovely place. Look, this is a real issue, and I might be able to help with the contact of an organisation that is not the SPCA that do this. They take the cats, they neuter them, they rehome them, or if finally necessary, they take care of their disposure. But I don't have it in my head. I was trying to find it in my text, but my niece works with them.
Okay.
And I had to deal with a situation 21st Ave where it was a real problem, and it was through Accessible Properties, and they got in touch with that group, and they really helped. So I'll pass that on to you.
Is that the ARC or?
No,
it's not.
No, it's not. So I'll get the name for you, but I agree it's a real problem. And they breed, and they just keep going and coming, and
Could I ask a question? I mean, at a certain point, dog owners had to have the tags, and that kind of, let's say, works unless somebody just blatant disregards on that ruling. Is there like anything in the pipeline where one day cat owners have to tag their cats or chip them at least? Because if I catch a cat and it has a chip, then the problem is solved. They will know who it belongs to, send it back. But if it's a cat which is not, if I go to the vet or to SPCA, they'll say, oh, it's very feral. We will not touch it because it's too wild. So I got to go with to the vet, and then he takes a long stick and then jabs it, and then eventually it dies or gets what you call under anesthetic, and then he does operation. It's a kind of a gap there where I don't know what to do. So it falls down to us to decide, does this cat live or not? And I don't really want to have that responsibility.
The council's powers in terms of dogs comes under the Dog Control Act, so it's there's a bit of a genetic impediment there in terms of dealing with cats. But I've got a question of our staff in terms of following on from your question. Our team are known as Animal Services, obviously not just dog control. So what is our role in terms of dealing with feral cats, particularly ones where, you know, we're looking at maybe the Waikato estuary, you know, on public land. Over to you, Barbara.
Thank you, Councillor. Your comments are correct. There is no legislative responsibility for the council to have any responsibility with cats, as it does with dogs. There is another piece of legislation that we utilise when we have some dealings or collect animals such as pigs, nuisances in that sense, but certainly no legislation in regards to cats. And I would imagine it would be an extremely difficult activity.
A follow-up question in terms of council being the landowner around the edge there of the Waikato estuary and the walkway. If there is indeed a colony of cats down there which is being a problem, what options would we have there as landowner?
I'd have to investigate that, Councillor. I would imagine that as landowner we could collect the cats. It would be a bylaw issue. I'd have to investigate that and come back to you.
Thank you. We could perhaps rehome them at Councillor Arbery's place. That would be a good idea. So thank you for your submission.
Thank you.
Councillor Robson, did you have your hand up, sir? Look. Sorry, before the cut-off, I've got a blind spot right there. Family. But no, please ask your question.
Look, I appreciate the work by the chair to get some commonality or understanding, but to the submitters, Wellington Council have bravely stepped into the space in 2016. They changed some rules and insisted that all cats above a certain age be microchipped, and part of that approach included free microchipping. I don't know how that was funded, but I believe there was a significant amount of community and professional support for it. Is that the sort of thing you'd like council to do? Would that be helpful in your situation if we had some sort of policy, encouragement, incentivization of microchipping of all cats? Would that be helpful?
Definitely, because then we would know if we could basically put the cat down or not put the cat down. But again, if it's only from the cats being born from this date, then there's still a problem in the next 10 or 20 years with the other cats that haven't been microchipped. So preferably, all cats should be. That would be the ideal.
Thank you.
I believe that a responsible animal owner will look out for that and put a chip in, because they know that the cat might wander and you want to get it back, especially, let's say, if it's a special cat, a special breed. It will just boil down to, so eventually something will happen, I believe so, that it's just that the responsibility falls always on the one who actually catches the cat, and then suddenly everybody says, oh, you caught it, so it's your problem. And that's where I would like to, step back. And it's easy for me then to just leave the cats and do what they want, but then they're damaging the property, because we are so close to that colony.
Yeah.
Look, thank you for your submission this morning. So what will happen now is council will consider your submission, and we may next week, when we're making some decisions, have some instructions for our staff and to looking into it further. But in any case, we'll write to you to let you know what the decision is. And I note Councillor Baldock has also offered to make contact as well around another option there, which is very helpful. Thank you, Councillor. And a last comment, Councillor Hollis has informed me that the collective noun for a group of feral cats is a destruction of feral cats. So there you go. That's thanks, Councillor Bill. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks so
we'll
much.
take that into consideration and let you know. But
Thank you.
appreciate you raising
Thank
it.
you.
Our next submitter, colleagues, is it's like herding a bunch of cats, you lot. Can we have some order? Thank you. Our next submitter is Marka Nelson. Councillor again. Well, I think you'd also make a bloomin' good councillor, Marka. And may I also say, up the mower. Up the mower. Thank you. Marcus' submission is on page 818 of your agenda and is referring to the Papamoa Football Club. So over to you, Marcus.
Thanks, Councillor Morris. Firstly, I'd like to thank you all for letting me come here today to talk through the submission to the annual plan. Really appreciate it. I can understand, obviously, there's a lot of things going on within Tauranga Council and specifically with the growth of the region, which makes things obviously very difficult, and we appreciate that, obviously. So what I wanted to do was also put on record with a big thanks to Pete Mauri and Tony Gibbons, who are involved in the rec services. So we have some pretty constant communication with them, and they're really good to us with regards to the facility where we are. So thank you to them. I just wanted to go through a little bit about who we are, where we're situated, what we aim to achieve, the current state of our club and future estimations, comparisons to other clubs, comparisons to other codes, some issues we currently face, and what we'd like the council to consider, and potentially what other options there may be, or options that aren't really practical. So we were established in 1995, and our first year we were at Simpson Reserve in Papamoa, and the last 24 years we've actually been at Gordon Spratt Reserve. We're a club that is affiliated to Waibop Football Federation, and they are one of 7 federations within New Zealand. So what we aim to achieve is driven through our strategic plan, and that part of that is geared towards growing with our community. And so we see ourselves as an important enabler of community participation and a successful promoter of active outdoor participation, which aligns with Sport New Zealand's strategy to encourage people to stay fit and healthy, with active recreation, including playing organised sport. When we started in 1995, we had 21 members, and to date, this morning we have 670 playing members in the winter season. We grow at a compounding growth rate of 6%. So next year we expect to see ourselves over 700 in 4 years' time, 850 playing members. So comparison to some other clubs, the Waibop Federation, Waikato Bay of Plenty, obviously is a very large federation. We are the 3rd largest football club within the region. We are the 2nd largest football club within Bay of Plenty, and we are the 2nd largest football club in the Tauranga City Council area, with the largest being Otomoto Football Club. And obviously in 2024 we will be that largest football club. If we compare ourselves to other codes, we believe in both Otomoto Football Club and ourselves that we are the 2 largest football codes within the region. And ourselves as a football club, we are now the largest senior code of any winter code in the region. So the growth rates have been pretty phenomenal, and part of that is probably due to what we do as a club, and part of that is also due to the growth of Papamoa as a whole. So we face some issues at the moment, and in late 2018, early 2019, I provided some information to Pete Mauri regarding that, and I said by the end of 2020 we will be at peak capacity at Gordon Spratt Reserve. And that in part is due to a few reasons. We are a full pathway football club, so that means we have members from 4 years old to 65 years old at the moment. So we cater for a whole range of people with different ages. Some other clubs may be junior football clubs, some other clubs may be senior football clubs. If you look at the other winter users at Gordon Spratt Reserve specifically, rugby and league, and we share the winter facilities with them. They obviously have a junior framework, they don't have a youth framework, and then they come back into the senior framework. So where we the growth that we've had significant growth in has been in that youth and the senior pathway, which leads to the problems that we have today specifically. So to give you some further information on that, for our games to be played, field space. We have 11 teams requiring full-size field space, and we have 2 football fields of the correct size. And if we compare that to rugby and league, they have 2 senior teams and 4 full-size football fields. So we definitely have some big issues with being able to get our players onto the park to be able to play. The other issue we face is the shoulder season. Obviously, Gordon Spratt Reserve is a fantastic reserve, and in my opinion, the best reserve in the region. However, given the amount of users on the reserve and obviously the summer users and the shoulder seasons, with us being able to pre-season, there is not sufficient space on the park for us to be able to do that now, to the point where we have no fields potentially once maintenance starts in March. So we have 185 people trying to play football in pre-season this year that we weren't able to actively engage in correctly. So it is a big problem, obviously, for us. So what we'd like the council to consider is the reclassification of Simpson Reserve to an active reserve. This will allow us to have structured play on Saturday mornings and or trainings during the nights, and this will allow us to continue to grow the club. The concern we have at the moment is that with the space allocations as they are, we have to potentially consider capping some numbers, and that's really what we don't want to do, and it doesn't align with the strategies we have as a strategic plan, obviously what the council has and what Sport New Zealand has as well. There was 5 letters of support which were provided to Steve, which forwarded on. One is from Waibot Football Federation, one is from Otomoto Football Club, one is from Tauranga City Football Club, one is from Blue Rovers Football Club, and one is from Waipuna Football Club. And the reason that they support the submission is that although the benefit is probably more specific to Papamoa, it highlights the concern that we all have in the growth of football, which is the largest winter code growing sport. To be able to, for all of us to be able to continue engaging people in playing sport as a whole. So it's something that is a big concern to us. Other options, the only other option we would have would be to request council to take more space off other codes, but that is not, again, aligning with the Sport New Zealand principle. So we see fundamentally the easiest option and the simplest option is to allow us to rezone Simpson, and that we believe would give us another 3 years of space or another 3 years of growth. We all live in the hope of Tutumu coming online, but this is something that we really need to do now. So I really appreciate you listening to the submission. It's something that we need to do for the region and definitely for the Papamoa as a whole. So if anyone got any questions for me?
Thank you, Mark. A question from Councillor Robson.
Yeah, a question about gender, women's football. We've obviously just recently been in the situation where Australia and New Zealand have become the first Southern Hemisphere hosts of the Women's World Cup 2023.
Indeed.
The growth of women's football, how much has that contributed to the growth of your club?
Hugely. So we are the largest football club for females at our club. So our membership for female, I think, is 37%. So it's actually very, very high. In some of the junior grades, we have more females than males. And yeah, we look at both. Obviously, we want male and female, to grow and grow and grow. But we are big contributors to obviously the growth of the female game. We had last year, Sue Tilby was the New Zealand Junior Coach of the Year, and she sort of was the person who drove the female game for us, and it's something we continue to definitely strive on.
Thank you.
Councillor Clout.
Thanks very much, Marka, for coming and presenting. It was only about a year or even 18 months ago where we finalised our reserve management plans.
Yep.
And did you have an input into that? Because that would have been, I guess, the perfect time to review the use of Simpson
Yeah, no, and to be honest, I've been at the club 10 years. I've been the president or chairperson for a couple of years. So some of the things no, I probably wasn't aware of. And if I'm honest, sort of the process itself has only just sort of come to light now about how we can do things maybe a little bit better and get our voices heard. And that's through the support of people like, obviously, Sport Bay have plenty to do that. So yeah, at the time, no, I'll be honest.
Other questions, colleagues? No, thank you, Mark. We'll be making some decisions next week on the submission you raise, and we'll be in touch.
Thank you.
And I'll be in touch personally with you on that, so yeah.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much. Is Malia Tupor in the chamber? No. Rangimarie, Kingi, would you mind, I know you're set down for 10:30, but would you mind giving your presentation earlier?
I emailed through some correspondence in that, and I wanted to know whether the council staff had distributed that to this Circle of Friends.
A Circle of Friends, I love you, I love that. When did you send that through, Rangimarie? Yesterday. And to submissions or democracy, where did you send it? Oh, okay, you know, we haven't received anything yet. My apologies. But we have your submission on page 571 of our attachments. Yeah. So you're familiar with our processes. The next 10 minutes is yours to use as you see fit.
Testing. Yes, I do. Yep. I am familiar with that. And I will not be taking questions because this is about holding the council more to account. So what I have to report will probably take up 10 minutes or more.
Over to you, Rangimarie.
Thank you very much. So tēnā koutou katoa, I'm Rangimarie Te Amapiu Ka Kingi, and as I've said during my mayoralty that I'm the great-great-granddaughter of the first Māori king, Tāwhiao Potato Te Whirowhiro, and I'm here today just to talk about this annual draft plan 2020-21 consultation. In my submission, I also included that I wanted to talk about the rising seas that are happening, that's affecting the Strand and the CBD and the future of this area, whether people like to acknowledge that or not, especially the colonial dictators that are actually running this city, because the USA HARP project that has been underway using Antarctica as a project to experiment on and cause a mass meltdown of the ice there, causing our seas to rise. And I'm really disappointed that I have to report to that the Antarctic NZ Board of Directors includes the Mayor here, Tembi Powell.
Point of
I'm
order.
very concerned about this matter. These are the facts.
Sorry, Rangimarie, when a point of order is raised, I must take it. Point of order, Mayor Powell? Yeah. So there's been a clarification with Mayor Powell, he's not a director. Over to you. You could press the purple button again. Thank you.
People can just carry on with what they want to do with that information. Is that okay? Is that okay with you, Tembi Powell? Yeah. No, and you're not on APEC either. So I want to... my submission here today is about opposing the smart city that Tembi Powell has been seated at this mayoral position to undertake in line with his cronies, including Jacinda Ardern as the Prime Minister's position, the Rotorua Mayor Steve Chadwick, and the Auckland City Mayor...
Point of order, Mr Chairman.
The Auckland City Mayor, Phil Goff. What's the problem, people?
Apologies, Rangimarie. There's a point of order, Councillor Baldock.
Mr Chairman, and I will look it up for you if you want the actual...
You can look that up if you like, yes.
Conduct,
we're on live.
Code of standing order number, but submitters must show respect to everybody here, as we must show respect to them.
This is respectfully.
And she is beginning to cross the line with attacking the Mayor and making assertions about all sorts of conspiracies. I'd ask you to consider that, please.
It's my speaking time?
Yeah,
are you cutting out my speaking time? Because that's what they're doing.
Yeah, no, we'll pause the speaking time. So thank you for that. In terms of ruling on the matter, I think that if we reflect on the principles of standing orders, the last principle there in terms of free speech, I think if we allow that to run, then we may end up with a more orderly submission, but certainly your guidance is acknowledged, and of course I allowed the Mayor to make that personal explanation, which I think was valuable into the allegations made. Yeah.
I would
Thank
like
you,
to
Ringaroa.
continue about
Please.
the smart meter cities. Thank you, because that's what this is. This is about the smart meter installation in each property, and also these 5G towers, which I believe are nothing but military weapons being used. And these smart meters are definitely omitting a frequency wave that is targeting people while they're sleeping in their houses. So we need I'd like a further investigation into what's going on with these smart meters, and I oppose that. I looked at my smart meter board myself, and I contacted Wells, whose name is on it, and a Chinese woman happened to answer, and this is definitely a Chinese Communist Party trade deal that's happening here in Tauranga, and all these people that are using Tauranga as an immigration dumping ground. I oppose the smart cities, that it's nothing but another agenda to hide using Tauranga as Crown expansions and an immigration dumping ground. And I've also been reporting internationally about how Queen Elizabeth needs to be prosecuted and charged with these war crimes against our Indigenous people being made homeless because of this constant behaviour this Mayor has displayed, and this council constantly displays a behaviour of arrogance that is unacceptable. And I'm bringing you on notice today because there's a bigger picture happening outside this building, that people are starting to rise up to oppose the behaviour and the arrogance that just thinks you can put people outside on the street and leave them to sleep. So that's unacceptable, and I also oppose the Queen Elizabeth's Māori Land Court trusts, including Ranganui here, and these dirty Māori political parties, because they are in partnership with this trade deal. This is nothing but a slave trade deal, and I would like to see a restorative justice plan for this area and for New Zealand, and I will continue to drive that matter. We've got 4 to 5 wonderful new political parties being established this year, and previously to create an entirely new government for New Zealand, which will mean the deregistration, disqualification of the National and the Labour parties, because we've had enough of this history of behaviour of white supremacy, white-collared criminal offending. So we need a form of justification, and I'm just explaining to you in a professional manner how we need to do this. We definitely need, I've also been internationally complaining against Queen Elizabeth's media, the dirty treasury, and these dirty
Point of order,
governments
Mr.
that we're under.
I have a point of order from Councillor Ball.
Yes.
Sorry, could you put your microphone on? Thank
I don't want to give you too much advice, but you are correct that the principles of standing orders are about free speech. But there is a specific standing order in 15.2 which says that when a speaker is being repetitious, disrespectful and offensive, you have the opportunity to close their submission. And I believe when we are attacking the Queen, when we are attacking political parties in government, we are getting very close to that criteria. Thank you, sir.
I think, speaking to the point of order, thank you for your advice. I think that if we let the submission run, we will end up having, on the whole, a more orderly day. If we end it prematurely, I think we may have a more disorderly day. But thank you for your advice. Back to you, Rangimarie. Oh, if you could push the microphone again.
Yes, I will. I won't be too much longer. Just for Mr. Baldwick's, seeing he's getting a bit agitated and upset, threatened by me. But I'd also like to present a letter that I'm calling for the dismissal of the Tauranga City Council Mayor Tenby Powell, because I've got no confidence in him, and because he's just not the man that he appears to be. And before coming here, he was involved in APEC.
I am gonna intervene here. If we could stop the personal criticism and try and stick to the issue. I do wholeheartedly respect free speech, and there is certainly a time and a place for that. But if we could just keep orderly in the council chamber, it is a place of. I'll stop the time. Oh, thank you, Raj. You have stopped the
Okay,
time.
but it's all in.
But if we could just keep it orderly, try not to focus on the personalities. I've allowed quite some breadth in terms of criticism. I think we've done that now, but I think it would be good for the order of the chamber if we can just restrict the personal criticism.
Yes, thank you very much. Now, this is about understanding the matters. Is that correct? Are we not
Yep.
here to understand? Is that what submissions are about? And unfortunately, different personalities are affecting those developments that are happening in Tauranga. So is there a problem with that, Mr. Chairman, what I just said? We're here to understand the matters, aren't we? This is a submission process
if you
of
could-
hearing, taringa whakarongo.
Yes, if you could constrain the personal criticism, that'd be appreciated.
As I have said, unfortunately, certain personalities have contributed to that. However, I want to carry on now about these rising seas that we definitely need to look at shifting, whether people like it or not. The Strand is going to either have to lose one block of shops and shift backwards inland to, because higher ground is the preferable place. And in the past here, Māori never built on the lower lying areas, and this is why we never built, because we knew that the seas would rise as they are again. So I'm just bringing that to, and about higher ground being Cameron Road, developing Tauranga more, if you like, for the future. It could even be the central city CBD, that Cameron Road area could shift the city. And I'd like to carry on about the water use here. I want to make that statement that why it is important for a Māori government that we manage our affairs here, including the water resources, because as I've mentioned before, the native swamps and our native forests, which have been chemicalised and deforested, held the water tables to fresh water for New Zealand, and that's all being destroyed by the British imperial colonial rulers that we're still under in 2020. And we need to look at a new system of recycling even seawater for fresh drinking water if we cannot continue on a recovery plan for water use for the area because of what's happening to Papamotu and the stealing of the draining of Waititi Stream. Tapawika's our stream out there to house and look after Papamoa residents, as well as what's happening we know in Auckland, that they're taking water from the Waikato River. And these Māori Land Court Trusts, Tainui, they have no power. They are working, whether they like it or not, for an opposition. We need a resolution. We need to either recycle seawater now if the seas are rising and there's more fresh water in the seas for drinking water. So I'm just bringing a plan and sharing that with you of possibilities about more research that would be needed. Is that all right, Mr. Chair? I'm on 9 minutes and 8 seconds.
Well timed.
I also want to talk about the... Let's carry on through. About this trade deal that was signed in 2015, which has led to these smart cities global communities. This GDP, Global Development Plan, is nothing, as I have said from the beginning, and I will close with this, but an immigration, a dirty dumping of immigrants in this area of Tauranga that we don't need, and all these Crown expansions that are over-congesting the roads. This council has contributed to over-congestion of the roads here alongside the Labour Party's government. And I'll finish right there. Thank you. That's 10 minutes.
Thank you for your submission, Rangimaria. So we'll be making some decisions next week with final adoption hopefully by the end of the month. Thank you for your submission. Colleagues, our next submitter, apologies, we're running ahead of time, Susie Edmonds. Would you mind coming forward 10 minutes early? Are you prepared now? Thank you. Susie's submission is on page 354 of attachment 7 and page 1957 of the original submission book. So the way we're rolling this morning, Susie, is you've got 10 minutes to use as you see fit. But if you do finish a little earlier, although I know we are running ahead of time, there may be opportunity for some questions from my colleagues. So otherwise, over to you.
Thank you. I've just walked up those stairs, so I tell you what. Thank you to the Tauranga City Council for this opportunity, and I want to compliment Adele Briggs, who's one of your team members, who arranged the scheduled time. Her professionalism was outstanding, and no, I don't know her, and this compliment is genuine appreciation of her efforts. I'm here today to present to you on the TCC complaint process and how it currently deals with complaints about TCC staff actions or decisions. This is in line with my online submission. TCC does not have a formal complaints process. Any organisation following good practice and standards would have a robust complaints process that valued its citizens' rights. The CEO sent me last week what he describes as the current complaints process that as leader he uses, and I quote, "Upon receipt of a complaint, the correspondence is acknowledged. The complaint is then assigned to an appropriate manager to consider and, as appropriate, investigate. The manager conducts and concludes the investigation and reports the findings of the same. The manager then advises the complainant of the outcome." Coupled with the CEO's response to me over process, the TCC website form would appear inadequate in today's world and, in my opinion, within the bounds of Standards New Zealand. This community seems to complain in various ways, for example, to elected members, to the CEO, through its website, Facebook, and perhaps to the call centre. There is no structure which results in poor outcomes for the complainants. Any serious complaints get sent straight to legal. Not no ifs, no buts, or maybes. In my view, this process is fraught with significant limitations and so largely ineffective. The most significant being that any complaints process must be independent, objective, and impartial. We know from current and past complaints that there are many unsatisfactory issues before us. Many of these are far from being resolved. I would put it to you that many complainants remain aggrieved, even if they have felt cornered into a draconian confidential settlement after being worn down and broken. I am sure you will all agree that the following points are essential in any genuine complaints process. The type, nature of complaint would determine the process. Most complaints received needs to be reviewed independently. Any complaint that has employment consequences and or disciplinary measures would need special attention and care. All complaints must be seen to be investigated and reported on independently. The benefits of a robust complaints process would identify staff weaknesses and strengths. If TCC take on board the outcomes, then it would result in improvements for all. Both parties should have an equal, fair and reasonable opportunity to participate in the process where fair and objective, then perhaps litigation, would be avoided, so avoiding considerable time, costs and distress for all parties, and costs to ratepayers. The public could then have faith in the due process. In a proper and robust process, complaints could be categorised depending upon type and nature of the impact upon the complainant, or that likely will in the future impact other members of the public. Case in point, many victims of Bella Vista. Perhaps in the bigger issues such as the well-known Orion Drive, Hastings Road and of course Bella Vista could have saved enormous amounts of ratepayer and complainants' money if an independent panel, perhaps the volunteers, who could oversee such a process. I am sure there are enough and suitable experts, competent persons outside TCC payroll who could step up on this to assist, perhaps JPs or mediators. I've been on boards like this in the past, and they work well. I held a role in an independent investigation to WINS, of similar to what I've suggested. And decently, knowing how this could be done so simply, professionally and decently has shown me and the community how incompetent in this current Tauranga Council system is. In recent years, where this council has been aggressively fighting its citizens with lawyering up, has attributed greatly to the all-time low opinion of council's performance. This is referred to by staff under the pretence that council has to protect ratepayers. That's complete rot, and it's morally and ethically very wrong. Collaborative, mature and professional processes during an informal negotiation mediation process would inevitably resolve many issues without legal-based involvement and would lift the culture within TCC and allow honest and equitable dialogue. The public perception currently is at an exceptionally low level, as you know. The issues that some of you campaigned on, such as Orion Drive, Hastings Road, Marine Precinct, Bella Vista, Caymans, etc., illustrates the challenges that the individual parties have endured and suffered. Believe me when I say people have suffered. I have had to comfort and support too many people to mention, and that is ongoing. I have also been involved with victims who have attempted suicide or others that have been close to it. That is not good enough for a city. Case in point, our group have been requested to meet with councillors to demonstrate the full story, and facts related to Bella Vista, the facts. Being rebuffed for 2.5 years is debilitating, unacceptable, and unforgivable. It's up to you all to fix this sooner rather than later. Without TCC abusing its power, we as a city await the urgent implementation of a process that is fair and reasonable for everyone, stops the bullying and oppressive practice which can attack people right to their core. It's despicable. When I made my submission, I never expected to be needing to submit a formal complaint, which I needed to do last week, that I sent to the CEO and all councillors. The outcome of my complaint showed a lack of empathy and understanding. The letter I received yesterday morning from Nick Swallow as the CEO's response demonstrated the very issue I am raising to you today, ironically. The CEO delegating on such an issue seems obscure given usual protocols. Mr. Swallow's response was most disrespectful and dismissive and completely disregarded what I have experienced and stated, and I felt he made it personal. My complaint against the staff member is closed now in the eyes of the TCC, suggesting I am of very little value as a ratepayer and a citizen. In a meeting last year, where I was assisting a 72-year-old complainant over a CCC issue, I witnessed a staffer who has apparently been on council since the mid-1990s verbally attack the already very stressed 72-year-old. This was a culture I expected would have been stamped out. This reinforces the need for the council to implement a fair and reasonable formal complaints process that treats the complainant with respect and at least attempts to reach a satisfactory resolution. At present, council are getting away with bullying the citizens and there is no accountability. You have to all ask yourselves, with an organisation with so many issues before it, why would you just want to bully and dismiss people to be right all the time? Our citizens matter and I matter. Thank you.
Thank you for your submission, Susie. So the process from here on, council will be making some decisions next week in terms of the annual plan, and there'll be an opportunity then for elected members to raise the formal complaints process at that time, and then we'll make some final decisions around the budget by the end of the month. So thank you for your submission. Are there any questions, colleagues? No questions? No. Thank you for your submission.
Thank you.
Chris Lee, hi. How are you? Now, I know you're expecting to give your submission at 11:10. You still can. We can go and have our break now, or if you prefer, you can give your submission now and we can have our break after your submission. What? Brilliant. Okay, come forward, please. Oh, you parked in the 60-minute. Yeah. Good on you. Good on you. Every minute counts in that regard. So Mr. Lee's submission is on page 1051 of your supplementary agenda, the attachments, 1051. Thank you. Yeah, you're familiar with our processes. Oh, gee, it started already. Hang on. Here we go. No, we'll start again. Go for it.
Purple? Yeah. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Mayor, councillors. Good morning. By comparison with our two major cities, Tauranga isn't doing too badly. Auckland has just learned that they've got approximately $224 million more to spend to fix their water crisis. And Wellington has just been treated to a full-blown Nikki Hager expose on Wellington City Council collusion with a want-to-be developer of Shelley Bay. So a business-as-usual set of deductions from the previous draft plan, which by my calculation was around about $350K in identified expenditure, is justified. Wrong. As far as I can tell, Tauranga City Council currently has little or no credibility with the community. A reset is required, and the first reset is in governance. Signing off on grand ideological schemes without a full scope and associated cost estimates has to stop. Two examples. The Ngātai Road protected cycleway is almost complete and the budget was $1.3 million. It'll be interesting to see what that actually turns out to be, but this draft plan has another $5.4 million just for a further design of two areas of the cycle action plan, including Ngātai Road to the city. What's the cost of a cycle network with 3-metre protected cycleway throughout the city? I don't know that anybody knows the answer to that, and it sure as heck isn't in the 10-year plan as far as I can see. The second instance, the example I gave in my written submission was the Elms Reserve to Bay Street, which I've bored you to death on many times before. And no work over the last 6 months or so has meant that, on the positive side, bird life along the small strip has improved markedly with recent sightings of banded rail, which had disappeared, and even a pair of white herons. Yet TCC is hell-bent on installing a walkway. For what purpose? So I have a separate email that I sent to council on that subject, and you can read that at your leisure. To improve governance, I think TCC councillors need to start trusting each other and form a series of small committees which can delve more deeply into various operations and then report back to the full council for decisions. So I don't know how you guys are going to work in this, but I don't think a committee consists of all the councillors. It just doesn't seem to make a lot of sense to me. So somehow the governance has to be better and it has to go deeper. We can't keep on spending money on grand designs. On the subject of rates, the reduction in the uniform annual general charge is welcome, but is only a tiny step in a long overdue rating review, which I first raised with TCC around 6 years ago when Stuart Crosby was still the mayor. Back then I was saying that TCC needed to transition to a rating system based on land value. Now I realise this has to be backed up with strong policies on zoning, so more complicated than I was originally thinking, but I still believe in it. I hesitate to mention Georgism, given Councillor Robson's praise of my knowing about Henry George last time I made a presentation. However, Henry George's work on understanding why poverty increases as society progresses is worth looking into, and his book clearly explains why taxing land value is the morally right thing to do. Even Auckland City Council economists are considering it. You now have more than 6 months to get some real work done to feed into the next long-term plan round. And I mentioned Mayor Crosby because at the time he said the council had all the tools in its toolkit necessary to tackle this issue. So no excuses. Just to recap on what I wrote. In the current situation, lower value properties are contributing substantially to the unearned wealth captured in high value properties. The longer term effect of moving to rates based on land value would be to improve land usage, stop property speculation and ghost homes, and reduce land prices. TCC also needs to differentiate between commercial properties and industrial properties. Both these types of properties should also be rated on land value basis, but the differential rates can be adjusted to better reflect location and demands for these types of properties on city resources. So an industrial property is up Totara Street is a lot different and is serviced by a whole lot of different types of vehicles compared to Farmers Building when it gets finished up the end of Devonport Road. For commercial properties, the current rating system favours land banking under low quality and generally low-rise buildings and penalises high quality, high-rise buildings. So Devonport Road is a classic example. For industrial properties, the value of improvements is generally very low compared to commercial properties on the same amount of land, and rates based on capital value mean the industry makes a minimal contribution to the city. And I gave an example the last time I spoke on this where on a land value basis, on my little unit in the Mount, I was paying more per square metre for my rates than what was then ICI up on Totara Street. So that's how ridiculous it is. To add insult to injury, the Port of Tauranga owns substantial areas of bare industrial land which it leases to low value operations such as container storage operations. So they actually employ people to find customers, to use the land, and then they flick a little bit on to Tauranga City Council. So you guys need to sort that out if you want to improve your income side. So that is my oral contribution. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Chris. Questions, colleagues? I'm looking at you, Councillor Osborne, because I know your hand's going to go up after I've said thank you, Chris. Okay, thank you. Well, Chris, so process from here, we're going to make some decisions next week and hopefully sign off annual plan by the end of the month. But the issues you raise around Georgism and land value is a way of shifting from capital value to land value in terms of how we do our rates. It's very valuable that you raise that issue now, because as soon as we sign off on this annual plan, we'll be working up the long-term plan. And that is something I know personally I'm interested in exploring. Just need another 5 people, obviously, but that's something I'm interested in exploring, and we've got the opportunity to do that after the 30th, so thank you. Okay, colleagues, we will now break for tea. and if we can reconvene together at 11:20. 11:20, we've got half an hour for tea. Our next submitter is John Lee. Hello, John. Good morning. So the process is we've got 10 minutes set aside for you to give a presentation or speak to us as you see fit. And so if you'd come up to the table here in front of you, there's a purple button which will says something along the lines of press to talk. And if you have that on, we'll be able to capture the sound for the recording, and it will help some of the harder hearing counsellors to be able to hear as well. And so after the 10 minutes, or, well, if you finish before the 10 minutes, then my colleagues might have some questions for you if that's okay. But otherwise, it's over to you for the next 10 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for allowing me to speak today. I have some prepared remarks. My name is John Elmer Lee. I'm a professional wildlife photographer and author. I'm also have been a citizen of New Zealand since 2011. Just as we are starting to catch our collective breath and recover from the first wave of COVID-19, we are facing multiple challenges and more crises lie ahead, including potential species extinctions, loss of fisheries and mercury poisoning within our fish stocks, oceanic pollution, river and stream pollution, rising inequality and poverty, and homelessness. These will all affect every New Zealander to some degree. The one crisis that will have the most profound effect on our lives, though, is global warming and the climate emergency that we now face. And yet there is nothing in the Council's annual plan nor the 10-year plan that challenges in any meaningful way business as usual relating to this emerging crisis. Cities around the world are way ahead of us in this. Part of the problem is that the Ministry for the Environment in Tauranga are using outdated and very conservative assumptions when making their projections. Previous predictions do not take into account what is happening today. The Antarctic and Greenland ice sheets are already melting at a greater rate than even 2018 estimates. The Arctic sea ice is shrinking alarmingly. The effects of methane on global warming have been greatly underestimated, while undersea methane deposits in the Arctic Ocean will release huge amounts of methane as the sea ice continues to melt. An extended heat wave in the Russian Arctic lasting for months drove the temperatures of the Verkhoyansk, Russia, to 38 degrees on June 20th. Seas are rising at a faster rate than was previously predicted. Arctic permafrost is melting and releasing unprecedented amounts of CO2. The Atlantic Gulf Stream may even be shutting down, causing catastrophic consequences for Northern Europe and the United Kingdom. Severe weather events are increasing, and persistent droughts are now upon us. Sea, harbor, and oceanfront incursions, flooding, and drought are becoming common. Our own glaciers are melting much faster than predicted. Catastrophic storms, tornadoes, and cyclones, and native bushfires are happening at a greater frequency. The latest evidence points to still greater effects by 2030, and these effects will be dire for many small communities across New Zealand and in coastal cities such as Tauranga. My proposal is meant to address some of these repercussions that global warming is bringing that have not hitherto been addressed. The proposal is by no means comprehensive, but I think it might be a good starting point in addressing the climate emergency and its effect on Tauranga citizens. If the Council feels that the commitments within the proposal might be too expensive, consider COVID-19 and what happened when some countries ignored scientific evidence and opened too soon. It has been proven to be 10 times more expensive to open too soon than to keep the lockdown until the pandemic is controlled. We are seeing that now across the globe. The same careful listening to scientific advice that has kept New Zealand safe so far applies as well to global warming and the climate emergency that we now face. It too must be addressed now, before the full force of the emergency overwhelms our resources, dislocates and disrupts our communities, and challenges the very fabric of our nation. I can understand if the Council might be reluctant to deal with this perfect storm, but if ever we needed great leadership, now is the time. Today I'm proposing that the Council make a resolution that addresses the looming climate emergency and that will determine Taronga's actions to remediate global warming effects, both short and long term, in our community. To be clear, these steps will not reverse global warming. They are meant to serve as protectants and remediators for Taronga and the surrounding communities in the near term, dealing with the effects of global warming. Nationally and globally, there is much more that will be needed to reverse the climate emergency. If there is good news in all of this, it is that we have a once-in-a-lifetime chance to turn this all around, to become nurturing stewards of the natural world, to set aside divisions that limit our responses, and to work together to restore balance with the earth. The choice is that or chaos, and from chaos there's no reprieve. We must not sit idly by while the world burns. If we can't continue with old, outdated models and projections or resist effectively addressing the climate emergency, it is our children and grandchildren who will suffer most. I trust that with these stakes, your choice will be an easy one. New Zealand has been a leader in so many ways on the world stage, just as we did as a nation in controlling the spread of COVID-19. Taking this stand will ensure that Taronga remains at the forefront of innovative thinking in New Zealand and perhaps the world. That's what I got.
Thank you for your submission, John. Are there any questions from colleagues? Councillor Robson.
Yeah, thank you, John. John, there was a specific item in the annual plan consultation documents around the...
I'm sorry, I'm kind of hard of hearing.
I'll bring this a bit closer. Apologies, John.
Yeah,
There was a specific item in the annual plan consultation documentation that referred to the creation of a independent sustainability advisory board to sort of give some impetus to some of the issues and consideration of some of the issues you've raised. Do you have a view on that? I think the proposed sum in there is some $200,000. Do you have a view on that specific proposal?
I think it's a good idea. When I put together the list, I looked around the world and saw what other cities were doing to address this. They were talking about setting up youth groups because they're going to have the greatest impact. They were talking about communities joining together. So anything that gets the community engaged, I think, is a good thing.
Any further questions, colleagues? No? Thank you for your submission, John. The process from here on in is we'll be making some decisions next week, and at that time there'll be the ability for a councillor to raise the issue around a climate emergency that you have raised today. So we'll be looking forward to adopting our budget by the end of the month. So thank you for your submission, John, and we will be in touch. Thank you. Colleagues, our next scheduled submitter is Richard Hart at 10 to 12, but I was wondering, Richard, if you would mind coming forward and giving your presentation to us early. Welcome back. No, speaking to Richard, the gentleman behind you is the next submitter, but thank you, John.
Good morning, everyone. I'm not here to talk about regional parks today, but put in a plug for them anyway, please. And the Botanic Park at Sydenham, and any other of those sort of great reserve projects. I bought my calculator today. I don't normally make submissions on the funding part of the annual plan, but I'm going to today. I've got a few items. The first one is my own property. I've been in Tauranga since about 1984. My family, Western Bay, for another 5 years before that. My kids are all born and raised here and no longer in town, but they like coming back and they do pretty regularly. So I've been in the same house since 1991, and kindly in your website I can go back and see the rates I've paid. And the first full year of rates for me is 1992, 838,000. The figure in the year just finished, 5,200. That's a 619% increase. The property has gone up in value hugely, and I'm aware of that, but I intend to stay there, so I'm sure you hear this all the time, but it's sort of trying to get a balance in all of that. So that's item one, just rates are relentlessly increasing. I have some sympathy for you. I know it's a tricky job, but we do elect you to run our budget for us, and please look at the numbers pretty hard, particularly at the moment. Second one is this little letter. It's titled Earthquake-Prone Buildings, Seismic Strengthening. And we're basically given a notice to fix because we had a part of a syndicated building, again going back to about 1992. Now this has just been a nightmare for us. Perfectly good investment. This letter, which I know the government required you to send out, and this is for buildings less than 33% of code. All of the advice we've had, and we had about 3 engineers involved, said you need to bring it up to 67% of code minimum is what they'd like. They'd prefer 80 now. And we had Christchurch, and the building codes obviously changed a lot. But I'm guessing that 80-90% of your housing stock and your building stock would not meet the current code. So that letter, council got $26,306 worth of fees through our building consent and having to build that. Now I know that that's not your, it is an income generator, because when you look at the figures per hour, I work as a landscape architect, self-employed. I wish I could make the fees that the council landscape architect charges to review resource consents. I do the same function for the regional council for roughly certainly less than 2/3 of what you guys charge. I think you can look at a lot of numbers pretty hard. The rates on the building, this earthquake strengthened building, are also $14,000 a year. We got a code of compliance in February, and you all know what happened just after that. So we don't have tenants, but we still have to pay the rates. It's a pretty tough line. It's a pretty innocent looking building, had some heritage value, have to have archaeologists involved. We found out it wasn't even on our land. Like, a strip of 10 square metres was on the neighbours. Took more than a year to untangle that little problem. Money had to change hands. The piles for a 2-storey building, they go down 36 metres. That's thank you to the geotech engineers, which brings me on to the next item on my list, which is Harrington Street parking building. And I know that's a bit of a nightmare for you guys, but I do work in an area where some of my reports are peer reviewed, and that is a treacherous territory. I'd like somebody to have a blank sheet of paper look at that building, because I believe it's probably retrievable way under the numbers that you've got. Get somebody in from Japan or San Francisco, somebody who's not in New Zealand, not involved. What's wrong with coming to 80% of code or 70% of code, or chopping a couple of floors off? Or I'm sure I hope you're asking all of these questions yourselves. But. Next item is Our Place. Our Place is a nice to have, but it's costing my rates money. You've been subsidising it. There's a whole lot of empty commercial buildings. Any of those businesses, if they're viable, can move into the commercial premises. In my view, that particular site, it was intended for housing council staff. It's more than 3 years since you knocked the building down. Our Place was temporary. You could build a 6-storey building on there, 6,000 square metres, at $200 a square metre. If you're paying any more than that, I'm not sure what you are paying for your office premises at the moment, but you could build a $24 million building in there at 5%. And I think you can borrow money better than that, or work with some local developers. It seems all sort of cloak and mirrors as to who's actually running some of these projects. I just think that needs a big look at. And in the meantime, sort of get on with, get the geotech guys in there. They can do all of their boring down through the ground. You can start that process. You're going to need it whatever you do on that site. In 3 months, by Christmas, you could have all of the geotech, which goes in as a core part of a brief for a build. Is it to design build a better scenario? Do you give it to a local developer to get it up there for you, and then with maybe a 10-year and buy back? I just think there's things you can do. Be really good for town to have council all in one place and back in town. It would help that revitalisation. A few more ideas like that. Memorial Park to the Strand. There's some pretty wealthy people that don't want that to happen, but that would just go off if that strip of walkway is in there. You don't need to spend 10 million or 5 million. Even if you built 100, 200 metres at the Strand end of that, welcome signs saying you can walk this at low tide, put some steps, a ramp, get people down there and say that they can and they're welcome, and it's only 800 metres to Memorial Park. Less than a kilometre anyway. Not big bucks, and that would help town. People would commute to work. It would go off. Elizabeth Street, another major project. I like the idea of your ribbon park, but you don't have to spend 10 million on it. You don't have to spend 5 million on it. You can get your roading and your wide footpath, put a really nice curb in, just asphalt it with some trees. Doesn't have to be a big budget project. When you go back, you can put the icing on the cake in 20 years when you redo it. Operational costs. Another idea is it time to bring some of the contracts back in-house? You run the Bay venues and some of the events, the reserves and street gardens contracts. Maybe it would be better to have your own staff, run it efficiently. Things do go in cycles. Councils do get inefficient and it's time to pass it out, but perhaps with some of your own staff you could actually have a look at that. How much time have I got left? A minute and a half. So, essentially what I'm saying is please be kind on the CBD rates at the moment. I think there's not just our little syndicate, I think there's a lot of people struggling, and cranking the commercial rates not timely, frankly. It probably needs to happen one day, but wait until it's commercially good. Yeah, that's my rant. Thank you very much for hearing me.
Thank you. I've got a question from Mayor Powell.
Thank you, Chair. Richard, thank you. Very, very interesting and lucid thoughts. Just two questions of clarification. The 33 metres you had to go down to find solid ground for foundations was to build to what height? I may have missed that.
2 stories.
2 stories?
6 metres down 36 metres.
Okay.
It is on Spring Street.
Right, okay.
But the whole of the Strand and parts of town, and you'll know this, are geotechnically difficult.
Yeah, crikey, okay. I know farmers had to go down to 27 to build. But
Yeah,
that's
we've gone
very
more
different.
than them. They're on better ground than us.
Yeah, extraordinary. Second question, I may have missed it again, the Strand, because I thought you made a really good point about the walkway to Memorial Park. The Strand extension, you're suggesting that gets continued where?
I'm not talking about it as a road, but at the moment, if you attempt to walk, and I do actually walk along that, unlike most residents in Tauranga, but it's quite difficult from behind the harbour side, under the bridge, and then you're not welcome. You don't know that you can get down onto the beach there. Yes, at the end there, you sort of scramble over some rocks, but a simple set of steps or a boardwalk ramp, or and taking a couple of car parks and running the walkway around just on the asphalt as it is now, just road marker walkway around the very edge. And I reckon if you could get people down on low tide and say, good low tide walk to Memorial Park, maybe do some, I know that some of the locals there were less adverse to, in fact they promoted beach replenishment rather than walkways. Do look at the options and don't do it as a major project, nibble at it. Not everything has to be grand, and I think we're not in grand times, but that doesn't mean we don't want to enjoy life and recreate and do things sensibly.
Two questions, Councillor Robson, then finally Councillor Baldock.
Yeah, thank you. Just an observation with regard to the Strand Memorial Park walkway. It is a lovely walk, and encouraging people to use it would be great, and it might actually put some pressure on council to tidy up some of the land that one views when one looks landward, so that would be a good thing. Specifically though, my question relates to your comments about Our Place. Can you just repeat the numbers you used with regard to putting a 6-storey, 6,000 square metre building on there? Can you just...
Yes, sure. The site's roughly 50 metres by 20. So that's 1,000 square metres a floor.
Yep.
6 floors, 6,000 square metres.
How much per square metre?
200, and I believe prime rental and office rental in Tauranga is well over that.
So that would cost 12 million?
24 was my number.
6,000 times 200?
If you do it on a rate of return of 5%,
okay, thank you.
You end up with 24 million. If you do it on $4,000 a square metre, you also end up with 24 million.
Thank you.
Finally, Councillor Baldock.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. You're just on the Memorial Park boardwalk, nibbling at it, like you say, doing perhaps some seawall repairs along there, and then, as you know, we get the sand from the port when they dredge. What would you think about pouring a lot of good old white sand in there to help that walkway, because it's very muddy going on there, even at low tide?
The wildlife guy that was on before me would be good to ask. There is good bird life, and you do want to make sure that the habitat that's there is maintained or improved. It's okay walking there at low tide. It is a bit muddy, but you can do it. And yes, you're probably right. There might be a few spots where you need to do something. Certainly the streets that come down, Councillor Robson commented that, looking landward, we're not doing a great job looking after it. But some of those don't have links down. Like, all of those little links just will make it busier and busier. I'm absolutely convinced if there was something there, it would be one of the highest use walkways in Tauranga, without a question.
Thank you for the submission, Richard. And of course, we'll be considering those points over the next week. Our next submitter is Bruce Farthing at 12 o'clock. Now, you're waiting for some additional supporters to arrive? Okay. Good as gold. Well, in that case, colleagues, we will adjourn till 12 o'clock. We're just about to tick into the afternoon. No, it's still good morning, colleagues. We'll reconvene the meeting. And there's Bill, he's saying goodbye. Good on you, Bill. Well done. We'll reconvene the meeting. Our next submitter is Bruce Farthing, and I can see Buddy Mikaidi there, and I can see Sonia Korohina. Welcome. Their submission is on page 923 of your attachments. So the next 10 minutes is yours to use as you see fit. And I see there's a presentation there as well. But if you do finish a little early, there may be some questions from my colleagues. So over to you, Bruce.
Kia ora mai tātou. Nā mihi o te rā kia koutou, nā kaunihere, mera te rangatira, Tenmi. Ko tau mai ki te kōrero kia koutou o tēnei take, ara tauranga tauranga. Thank you. I'll just start with a small karakia. He honore he kruri ki te atua, he maunganongo ki te whenua, he whakaro pai ki ngā tangata katoa. Mana ki tia i nei kōrero o tēnei rā, i te ingoa o te atua, ake, amene.
Tēnā koutou, koutou katoa. Bruce Farthing, and I'm here today on behalf of Taonga Tauranga Heritage Bay of Plenty and all the stakeholders we represent. Who is Taonga Tauranga and what is our role? We are a group of independent citizens who have come together to act as a voice to coordinate heritage, initially for the Western Bay of Plenty, but eventually right across all of the Bay of Plenty. We are fully committed to the principles of the Treaty of Waitangi, and as an independent trust to working with Hapu, iwi and all heritage stakeholders and all three local government authorities, you people, the Western Bay of Plenty District Council and the Regional Council. Firstly, to build trusting relationships. And secondly, to work through a strategic approach and formalise it into a heritage intent document. This process is underway, and Sonia Korohina, here to my left, is currently contracted to write a scope, and she will speak to you next. Why is an intent needed? The Western Bay of Plenty has a rich heritage for Hapu, iwi and Pākehā. We are one of the very few areas of Aotearoa, New Zealand, that does not have a defined heritage strategy. Heritage must have its own separate strategic intent and be fully independent of the creative sector. This sub-region has many visitors and tourists asking for heritage trails and the region's stories. Our Mokopuna have the right to explore their identity in a systematic and constructive manner. A secure identity, an identity based on one's heritage, is a very key ingredient for a successful life. Why now? Why should we spend 20,000 of your money during the next financial year? Heritage partners are telling us it's really necessary, in fact, demanding it. The community is asking for it, demanding it. Our storytellers, and this is a very important point, are not getting any younger. It will help grow the visitor economy. And the pool of available central government heritage funding will soon dry up, as when I met with Jan Tinetti over the weekend, she told me there is currently a very heavy demand on it. Who is supporting Taonga Tauranga Heritage Bay of Plenty to develop this intent? We enjoy support from and have been endorsed by as you will see from the letters of support that accompany the submission. The Elms, the Pukahina Trust, Dean Flavel, the Historical Society, the Katikati Museum, Kristen at Tourism Bay of Plenty, Eric at Creative Bay of Plenty, and the university. We have a meeting pending with the Regional Council. We've met with Carlo Ellis, your Manager for Strategic Māori Engagement, and have now a plan to go forward to meet with Hapu and Iwi, to engage with Buddy and us all behind me, in conversation. Your council's own Financial and Risk Committee's agenda of the 12th of May shows survey results that clearly indicate an incredible interest in heritage. For example, so stated, historic items, your target 12, the actual number 149. Items loaned to schools, your target 275, the actual number 450. Materials that tell the Tauranga story, the tikanga, the history, your target 54, the actual number was 205. Your data, no one else's, your data supports an heritage intention. Besides approaching you, we've approached the Western Bay of Plenty District Council, where conversation with Mayor Gary and CEO Miriam saw genuine support and an invitation to put forward a LTP submission. And we are approaching others and already have independent funding. So I now hand over to Sonia Korahina, our scope writer, but I can assure you for certain you'll get an excellent return on a $20,000 investment that we're asking for. Sonia.
Thank you, Bruce. Ana mihi nui kia koutou katoa. Good afternoon, Mayor Powell and councillors and council staff. I have a question for you all. Who here has heard of or experienced Te Arawai journeys? Anyone? Calvin? Buddy? A few in the room? For those of you that may not know, Te Arawai Journeys is a heritage interactive developed by Waipa District Council and Te Awamutu heritage staff. Let me tell you some more about the interactive. Te Arawai Journeys is a free self-guided tour of culturally significant sites throughout the Waipa District. The mobile tour can be taken in Te Reo or English. The storytellers, many of them locals, can be heard via audio or video sharing their stories. It can be experienced anywhere online and anywhere in New Zealand, indeed around the world. However, the best way, I am told, is to visit the region where 6 zones can be explored, including Karapiro, Pirongia and Cambridge. Each of the journeys explored different aspects of heritage, including sites of significance to tangata whenua, the natural environment, agriculture, the land wars, and European settlement, to name a few. And if you wish to take a deeper dive, you can visit the museum to experience taonga and artefacts relating to the region. Finally, should visitors wish to stay for accommodation, food and activities are provided, all boosting the local economy. So you may ask, why am I chatting to you today about another district's heritage experience? Well, the reason is that in 2004, Waipa District Council developed a heritage strategy and an implementation plan. One of their objectives was to develop incentives and inducements to ensure the retention and enhancement of heritage. Working in partnership with tangata whenua, heritage staff, the community funders and central government. It didn't happen overnight, but it sure did happen. In 2018, they won a Local Government New Zealand Excellence Award for the work they had been undertaking to increase their community's knowledge in heritage and history. In August 2019, they launched the Te Arawai Interactive, and in 2021 will open a new Discovery Centre in Te Awamutu, sharing social, cultural and natural history. Now, more than ever, it is actually our time for our region to come together. This is about heritage working together to determine how to enable our stories to be told. And crucially, it's about investing in the next generation, our mokopuna, our children. So how will this happen? Quite simply, in partnership. Heritage working together, and as Bruce outlined, local government, including regional and Western Bay Plenty councils, tangata whenua and heritage stakeholders, together determining the heritage priorities for our region, just as the sports, social and creative sectors, and indeed others before us have done so. So looking at the timeline, this year is stage 1, developing the scope, establishing relationships and securing funding for the development phase. Then, should the funding be secured, in 2021 commence stage 2, stakeholder engagement and intent development, overseen by a heritage reference group with representatives from the partners. Then commence stage 3, implementation, overseen by a monitoring group in 2022 and onwards. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Sonia, Bruce and Buddy. Any questions, colleagues? Mayor Powell.
Chair, Sonia, Bruce, Buddy, thank you very much. Great to see that, to hear that you'd worked with various entities, T-Bob, Creative BOP, excuse me, and others. Is there a will for you all to work collaboratively on this part of it, or is this specifically Tonga Tauranga that's going to enable this? What I'm thinking about here really is, in terms of funding, how it could be used, in terms of your word there, kotahitanga, how it could be used together and enable this to happen at the same time as doing other things.
The answer to your question, Tembi, is very definitely a yes. It is a very shared, because it won't be successful unless it is across iwi, across Pākehā, across all groups that have a stake in ensuring that heritage is held together and coordinated. It's disparate at the moment. It needs absolute coordination.
I think it was Councillor Clout and then Councillor Robson.
Kia ora koutou. Am I right in believing that this is a more, shall we say, practical and likely project and initiative that is likely to actually get off the ground more than, say, a museum? Because, you know, obviously the museum has sort of tried and failed several times. Is this something that's really going to replace that?
100% no. This is about coordinating what is there at the moment. No single museum building is ever going to contain the heritage of a whole region. It is never anything other a museum building than a gateway. But a gateway can now, in today's technology, operate in very, very many different ways. But you do have to have everyone, Kelvin, coordinated. And that's what this intent is all about. And it is very much about bringing it to youth. Believe me, I've had 35 years of teaching the past in this community, and I don't want to count how many times I've had to take kids out of the region.
Bruce, can I just add to that? That was why we wanted to highlight Te Ara as an example, because the whole region is quite a large region, just like ours, and there are many stories along the way. But what that interactive does, and indeed the experience space that they're going to be opening, is pull together the threads of those stories and those voices.
Councillor Robson.
Yeah, look, I find this really, really exciting. And as someone who proposed a budget for a museum in the last LTP, which was rejected by the majority of my colleagues, I know the difference between a museum and what's proposed here. What's proposed here is really exciting. The Waipa project, and obviously it's ongoing, do we know how much funding it's received? And here I'm thinking about, we're in an AP process, and the grubby part of that, which some people don't like getting involved in, one of the submitters last night didn't want to be involved in, but it's about allocating resource and budget. Do we know what we're looking at here over, because what they've delivered seems stunning?
Thank you, Councillor Robson. I love your passion. Just to clarify, though, what we hear today is about establishing a heritage intent, so understanding from the heritage sector, tangata whenua, local government and key stakeholders like CBOP, what the priorities are for the region. It may be that an initiative like this comes out of it, that is unknown at this stage. Those priorities have to be established, but this was just an example of what can be achieved when collectively a region comes together. In regards to the cost, I actually don't know, but there is a trip plan to go and meet, as there are with other areas, as we do our research. It was actually the Western Bay Mayor, when we met with him, was so excited about this initiative. He just visited it last Friday, and so I just heard about it and got excited too, and thought it was a great talking point for us today.
I assume through the chair that someone somewhere could probably find that information for us, directly or indirectly. Is that possible?
Well, we'll next week, in terms of the deliberations, this topic's going to come up, I have no doubt.
Okay,
so
thank
we'll
you.
be able to provide instruction in that regard. So thank you very much. Any additional questions, colleagues? Yeah, Mayor Powell.
Buddy, one to you. I take it bringing iwi and hapu together on this is going to be a critical part of having both the correct information and, of course, the unity of exploration, if you will, in the same way they have at Waipa District. That's achievable?
Oh, that's clearly a given, Mr. Mayor. And we already have a good standing relationship with local iwi. Hoata Palmer is our co-patron, for example, probably the most senior kaumātua in Tauranga. And so everyone takes their lead from that.
Well, thank you, Sonia, Bruce and Buddy. So what we'll be doing from here on is, in just a week's time, we'll be deliberating on the annual plan, and your submission will form part of that. And if it's not within the staff recommendations, I'm very sure that a councillor will raise it for debate. So thank you very much. And we will be in touch. Thank you. Thank you for your submission. Colleagues, our next submission is from Mark Wasung. I saw Mark about. I saw his indelible haircut, but I can't see Mark at present. Okay. I do see Jerry Anderson about as well. Where's Jerry gone? All right. We'll adjourn for 3 or 4 minutes while the presentation is loaded. Would you like me to regale you in a tale or something, Councillor Olive? Yeah. Well, I thought you might. His submission is on page 905 of your attachments. And we've got 10 minutes set aside for you. And yes, we've got the submission being, the hard copy being distributed now. So 10 minutes to use as you see fit, but if you finish a little earlier, there might be some questions from my esteemed colleagues. Thank you.
Kuparirua Valley was occupied by the Maori for centuries before the Europeans arrived in Taonga to settle on confiscated land in the 1800s. The valley, once an estuary, is now a wetland. Settlers drained the valley, engineers straightened the river to become just a drain. The flooding continued and farming proved problematical. That was in the 1900s. In the 1960s, the Taonga City Council planned to fill in the whole of the Waikaria estuary for low-cost housing and a rowing course. In 1974, I was elected to the Taonga City Council, and in 1976, the filling in of the Waikaria estuary appeared as an item on the council agenda. This was a shock to me, but I should not have been too surprised, as I had won my council seat on a campaign.
Sorry, apologies, Jerry. There's a bit of distortion in the sound, so if you could just move it back slightly, the microphone, just a little bit. We're good as gold. I know Councillor Granger's never heard so well before, but yeah, no, thank you.
Do you want me to start again? Okay.
We're good as gold.
So I should not have been surprised, as I had won my council seat. Is that okay? Is that clear now? On a campaign against the reclamation of 80 hectares of Taonga Harbour at Sulphur Point, although by now it was a fait accompli. I nevertheless persuaded the City Council and the Harbour Board to reverse the industrial B zoning on the newly created land right at the city entrance and zone a large section of that reclamation on the west side for housing or recreation. However, in the case of the Waikaria estuary, my council killed that reclamation policy dead, but it got me thinking that a 2,000 metre rowing course could fit into the Kuparirua Valley wetlands and form very necessary flood control. The excavated material then used to raise the land for planting. So I researched the valley and found many disturbing things on my walks up and down the valley in 1976. The river drain, a hospital sewage pond, a rubbish tip, widespread degraded paddocks, fence lines, cross drains, gorse, blackberry, and many exotic trees. I then prepared and presented a 4-page report with drawings to the Town Planning Committee, together with the City Engineer's report, recommended that Valley become a recreation reserve and to include flood control, and this was approved on principle. On the 15th of August 1976, a further recommendation was made to acquire all the farmland in the valley. My report also included a major sports stadium built on land built up with excavated material. But this item could only be approved if playing fields be at least built to the same standard as the existing domain. Likewise, the rowing course was not practical due to the low flow through. So after due process, we had in 1980 a Kuparirua Valley Park. I left council in 1980 after serving 2 terms. 20-odd years later, a major expressway was under construction through the valley. There was also a Ngāi Tamararawaho-led design concept developed for the entire Valley Reserve in 2002. This was adopted by Taonga City Council, and the establishment of the Kuparirua Valley Trust followed. Now, it included many of the features of my 1976 plan, but added more valuable historic and cultural references. I was happy with this and in that both council and the trust were reversing many of the environmental and cultural mistakes of the past. I made submissions to the council numerous times after that, and now in 2020 I'm advocating lakes and native plants, bike walking trails, and many recreational and social features. 4 Rotary clubs from 2004 have done extensive work planting 250,000 trees and shrubs. And council, and they must be congratulated for this, council has also done some very good engineering and landscape work and should also be congratulated. But councillors, I believe the work is far from finished. I believe that it should be intensified and accelerated by using government funding for shovel-ready projects that meet most of the criteria for such funding. So millions of dollars to create work for New Zealanders in this time of crisis. I urge Council to make application to the government for a minimum of $10 million to be employed from this August, that's next month, for training nurserymen, carrying out cutter section dredging, landscaping, engineering, designing and recruiting hundreds of planters, all before the planting season next summer. Part of the imperative is government's strive to plant 1 billion trees for carbon sequestration and the need to recover the economy severely damaged by the COVID-19 pandemic. To raise money for employment in cultural, environmental and social projects on a vast scale. Our project could commence in August on the 50-hectare raised land on the west bank of the Kay Valley known as Cambridge Park and Smith's Farm and all along the expressway. This section is capable of supporting up to 20,000 trees. And together with deepening one of the 5 lakes proposed, a natural lake has formed at the base of the old tip site, which, if dredged to say 1.5 metres depth, the slurry can be piped to wherever the design requires a build-up of land above the water table and to act as preload in preparation for more planting of forest trees. The combination of forest trees and lakes with forest clearings left accessible for many off-street access points. The clearings are available for a whole number of activities. A future sports stadium is also shown on the plans. In conclusion, my 1976 plan has been greatly benefited by Korero with the Huraa Management Trust and now Tamarau Wahoo, and reference to council documents, land care research and collaboration with Mark and Mark. We are also being supported financially by Tauranga Round Table. So we request no funding from council. We request the Tauranga City Council make application to the government for at least $10 million from the CIP fund. Mark Wessong and I, Jerry Hodson, offer our services as designers to design a comprehensive forest lake park together with continuing advice from Mark Dean and the Trust. I now invite Mark Dean to just add to my submission.
Mark. Thank you, Jerry. I've been involved with the Valley since the Rotary Centennial Trust first started back in 2004. And that was a concept set up by the Tauranga City Council at the time, which enabled Rotary to raise funds to do extra in the Valley than what council at the time was able to do. And that is still going. The Valley is incredibly important. Bruce Clarkson, who's the Deputy Vice-Chancellor from Waikato University, gave an address here recently on environmental restoration. And he outlined this valley as being absolutely significant because we have got a 350-hectare wetland right in the middle of a city. And in the future, when people are much more intensified in this city, which is part of your planning, people are going to need somewhere to go to get out into the wild. And here we have it, right in the middle of our city. It's a very, very significant wetland, both culturally and ecologically, and environmentally, in that it forms a flood retention facility that will prevent siltation of the harbour, which is a growing problem. I also think that this is the opportunity to kick this project, which was originally meant to be 20 years in 2004. It looks as though it's going to go on another 50 years at the rate we're going. Let's kickstart it with what Jerry's suggesting and apply to the Provincial Growth Fund for significant money and get on with it. Thank you.
I see time is up. Can I just add a couple of points? Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm new to this project, probably about 3 weeks. Jerry and I caught up for a coffee a few weeks ago, and he pulled out all his drawings from the 70s and 80s, etc. And he asked me to come along and give him a hand with some of the technology. And so the journey's been really interesting because we've unveiled a whole lot of drawings that date back, particularly to the 2004 Hapu drawing. And just to make reference to that, you'll see that there's a curved sort of structure behind this drawing. It's sort of a ghost-like form, and that is the legend of the maiden who turns into a tuatara, and that created the meandering stream, the original meandering stream, which is going to come back in the restoration work. So I just wanted to say I'm here in a supportive capacity. I really thought Jerry's ideas were fantastic, and I thought there was an opportunity to overlap some of the past Pākehā and Māori, and work with Rotary and others. So we've started that kōrero, and so I'm just here to support and help. Thank you.
Thank you. A couple of questions from me. First one is, how similar is this plan before us to the one that was endorsed by Ngāi Tamarawaho back in 2004? What are the sort of similarities and differences?
There's a lot of detail in this plan, okay, so you'll probably have to spend a bit of time. That's why you guys have got some copies, and we're leaving electronic as well. To answer that question, the framework has been utilised as a historic reference. The historic past sites, Kumara pits, Waka landing sites, etc. So what we've tried to do is acknowledge that drawing from the past, but I've actually been involved with Rotary in some of the planting days. There's a lot of really good work that's been done, but mostly small specimens over a number of years, and they are growing. But the concept here is to have forests, so larger specimens, and mostly native trees. That's what Jerry's pushing, but with some international areas as well, perhaps. But really, it is forests and lakes, and so the idea of the wetlands actually almost like a rainwater harvesting tank. You get more capacity out of it. And you slow that water down into the system. Just recently, when we had all that rain, there were natural lakes formed in these locations. So we're just sort of formalising that and making it a stronger concept through forests and lakes. We think that it could overlap quite nicely with the Ngāi Tamarawaho 2002-2004 drawings. There have been some updates as well. Been in contact with TCC with the history, and so we absolutely want to acknowledge that and also work with Rotary as well, and try and find a way forward where we could perhaps accelerate, like Jerry said, into something that becomes a grand central park for our future generations. So you'll see our time frame is 100 years.
Thank you. And then a question for Tauranga City Council staff. The Shovel Ready Projects Fund and CIP, are there multiple rounds in that, or we've already submitted an application, but are there multiple rounds to that or not?
Last week, government announced $2.6 billion of the $3 billion available, and we were hopeful that we would hear this week whether or not we were successful in any of the remaining 400 million in terms of any projects or applications that we made, but still hoping.
Any additional questions, colleagues? Councillor Baldock.
Yeah, thanks. As you say, there are lots of things in the plan which we would digest and so on, and some of them are very interesting. But in two questions, how is your consultation going with Mana Whenua in regard to the valley? And what happens if we don't want to plant trees on Smith's Farm? We want to do intensive housing there. How does that affect the overall plan? Just two issues just for now to bring up.
Thank you, Councillor Borlock. To answer the first one, we have had a conversation with Peri Kopu and Sylvia Willison. So Peri Kohu and Sylvia Willison. So, and that is ongoing. So none of this work is endorsed by them yet, or we still need to have more conversations. But we've had a very good meeting with them just over a week ago. So this work has all happened just in the last week. So that's ongoing, and so that's the first one. The second one is talking about Smith's Farm. We believe that Smith's Farm should be included in this valley, and Cambridge Park as well. So I have heard, I understand over a number of years, I think it's something like 9 years, Smith's Farm has been an ongoing hot potato, and yeah, I'm aware of affordable housing ideas for the project and other ideas. So we, and of course the Northern Link's going to come through as well, but we strongly support the idea of keeping this green, because if you have a look at this geographically, when Tauriko West eventually goes ahead and Te Tumu, this will be one of our last remaining, I think, large central parks for Tauranga 50 to 100 years into the future. So I don't think we should be snapping it up with affordable housing. So that's our position.
Councillor Hollis.
Yeah, thanks. And apart from having spent some time flatting with Jerry's son, I actually agree that this becomes like our Central Park, if you like, and that bit of real estate must be very attractive to developers and made the sacrifice to not build on it for the future. I think that even the conversation about Smith's Farm is well worth having, although I do support putting the highway through it. Just wanted to make that really clear.
Thank you, Councillor Hollis.
Okay, thank you, Mark, Jerry and Mark, for the submission. So we'll be considering it next week and deliberating next week. That's that looks like a fantastic ceremonial shovel. We can put to good use. Yeah, well done. So thank you for that submission. Mark, you have a submission of your own? Mark's submission is on page 947 of attachment 9. I heard an inflection at the end of Councillor Hollis's. So you know how New Zealanders kind of well, no, when we're talking, we always sound like we're asking a question. There's that inflection at the end, so it's hard to tell. Who's that? What's your thoughts on? Exactly. Bill's got the go-to, which I've used many times myself. Oh, I'm on the microphone. You can see your house from there, Councillor Clout. Yeah. And Councillor Robson's. Okay, are we ready to roll? No, yep, good as gold. Absolutely, yep.
we go. Thanks very much. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to introduce my collaborator here, David Ratcliffe. He's an international ropeway specialist. So ropeways are gondolas, sky rails, all different names for that. But David and I have been working together for 4 years on a couple of projects in New Zealand. And so we're used to sort of pushing the boundaries a bit with some of the design ideas. And over the CRP lockdown, over the pandemic and the lockdown, we looked at a number of CRP project submissions. And David and I were involved with this presentation, which you can see in front of you. You should all have a copy, the Northern Skyway up in Auckland. And what we proposed to do was to overlap with the Northern Pathway and provide a high-speed link between Takapuna and the Wynyard Quarter. And while we're working on this project, we thought, well, could a similar concept work in Tauranga? And as you know, we've got a sort of a disconnect between the Strand and the Mount. And so David and I started to talk about in parallel a proposal that we wanted to come and share with you today of starting at the CBD on the Strand and then connecting it through to the Mount by pylons and ropeways and gondolas, so that you could expedite that travel time and potentially take hundreds or thousands of people off the road. So we started not only to talk about a visitor's attraction for people coming on passenger liners and people at the Mount and in Tauranga wanting to connect, but also this could become a modal shift project with a different mode of transport that could be considered alongside buses and taxis and trams, etc., if we ever look at trams in the future. But the idea being that this could actually be then the stage one of a connect, and then could actually be extended to go out to perhaps Bayfair, and then even perhaps to Welcome Bay. You could send out different stages of different lines to perhaps create a new mode of transport for the city. So I'm just going to hand over to David now to run a little video and do a quick introduction. Yep. Sorry, Dave.
Good afternoon. My name is David Ratcliffe. I've been in the ropeway industry for the last 28 years in North America. I've been involved with a number of urban developments as well as the standard operation for ropeways being ski lifts and gondolas for adventure parks and whatnot and tourism attractions. So Mark and I have discussed the urban ropeway for New Zealand, and there are some major benefits for ropeways, and the biggest being the time that it takes to develop a detailed engineering plan and execute it. So in general, we can do this in 12 months, and the cost per kilometre comes in at around $10 million, which is very appealing when you consider light rail and roading. So for this presentation, I was just going to give you a quick overview of what we could do for Tauranga, and the combination of urban transport and tourism, because Tauranga at present doesn't have too much in the way of tourist attractions, and how you could integrate the two and come up with a viable option to link, as Mark said, between Tauranga and the Mount. So I'll just start this. So the main thing about the ropeway is that it's safe. Oh, can I turn this? Yeah, sorry about that. I tried to mute it. Where's my
There we go, let's run it again.
I'm sorry about that. Sorry about that.
Don't worry about this.
I was nervous enough already. So I'll start that again. Sorry about that. So the biggest thing with ropeways is they're proved. No, I wanted to talk over the top of it. They're proved to be safe. They're proved to be efficient. You can run the ropeways at 97% efficiency and upwards. They are good for operating up to 100 kilometres an hour in wind. They're not affected by rain or any other adverse condition, ice and snow and hail, but you don't really have that here. They're easy to install, and they are consistently operating. They're easy to maintain. They have few moving parts, and it's a very simple system. The basic design of the ropeway can be integrated into any landscape that you have. It can be attached to bridges. It has a very low impact or moment connection. We can span up to 800 or 900 metres in a single span, which gives people a very smooth experience. It runs at up to 35 kilometres per hour, so it's comparable with the vehicles running through town. We can actually increase the speed of passenger transit. All the gondolas now are accessible for persons with disabilities or elderly. They can be made to stop and start at will if necessary. So for the tourism section, mountain bikes and bicycles can be easily loaded into the cabin. You can dimension the cabins depending on the number of people that you have very easily, and it's all automated. So basically you push a button, you decide what capacity you're going to need for the day or even the hour, and the cabins will cycle on the line and off the line automatically. So it doesn't require anyone's input. The labour content for this movement is very low. We would have operators at each station, which provides full-time employment, and you have a maintenance staff that would be full-time on the ropeway and would be, depending on the length of time that you run the ropeway, would be operating at night generally. So this is also full-time jobs. These are all skilled jobs, and they are transferable within the industry, which is tourism, urban transport, and the ski industry. Do you have anything? Okay. Yep.
All right, we've got a couple of minutes. So, yeah, I just to support David in his specialist craft here. David was just recently involved in the Sky Waka down at Ruapehu, and the technology is always advancing, and the capacity is growing as well. So the ability to actually take up to 10 people, 10 to 12 people, plus other modes of transport, like you could take in bicycles or a wheelchair. So it really just frees up all access across this particular mode. So yeah, we've finished.
Does anyone have any questions?
Any questions for Mark and David, colleagues? Councillor Granger first.
Yeah, hey, look, thanks for that, and it sounds awfully nice, especially when it comes to the dollars, and I like the way you've thrown that up there as regards to the dollars spending on this in comparison with the other modes of transport. I just noticed this too, colourful picture here. I presume that's our railway bridge. There might be a few hassles with that because we were struggling to even run a wastewater line
on that particular bridge. And why I say that is that apparently even the pillars of piles you've got here can't carry any weight at all. So I'd presume that would be building new piles, etc., almost a new bridge to that extent. So that's where the dollars start to stack up. Can you just give us a little bit more clarity on that?
Well, just to let you know, that graphic is for the Auckland Harbour Bridge, and David's actually put together a file for which should be in your pack there. It's the small A4 with the routes that he's proposing. So it doesn't necessarily have to be on the bridge. He's taken more direct lines. So yes, it would be on independent foundations.
Question I was in is, rather than that bridge, what about the new bridge? You could attach something better there than certainly the railway bridge.
Yes, it would be the new bridge. Is that you?
Yeah, it's in here.
So what I've done is read this wrong. I just presumed that it was going across the railway bridge.
No, it's going.
It's not on there. She didn't put it on. Is it on you?
We don't have a map.
Yeah, it's seems to have disappeared from our files.
Tauranga.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, off this one here. Can you pick that up? Oh, no, not that one. It's another presentation. Can you see that? Your fault.
You got to stop that time there, Mr. Chair.
Sorry.
No, they weren't this.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is you didn't consider the railway bridge.
We did consider the railway bridge because it would be a single span. But no, both routes went across the main harbour next to the new bridge.
Yeah.
So the
Let's take all that back then. So
with our
my ignorance.
With the option to span such a great distance, we can actually. There is a route map. I'm sorry that you don't have it, but there is a route map.
It's in your set there.
And it's
yeah. So there's a route map.
We do have enough room next to the off ramp on the mount side to land the ropeway going from down by the railway line straight across in one single span.
Councillor Clout.
Yeah, thanks, Mark and David. You make reference to transport subsidy from Auckland and Wellington, etc. So, public transport subsidy. Are you looking at something similar from us or regional council to make this viable?
Yes, we would be looking for support. Again, regional council and city council for a concept like this, and involve going to central government and lobbying, like some of the other projects we've been working on.
And there was another question there, Councillor Baldock.
Thank you. Thanks, Mark. In the last term, the Mayor Brownless and I received a presentation. Is this the same? It's one of your colleagues that came with this whole concept?
No, I'm not aware of that presentation.
Okay.
Councillor Baldock.
Okay. Same thing, but same sort of thing, really. But yeah, thank you. That's cool.
No, it wasn't our presentation.
Cool. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your time, David and Mark, for the submission. So the process from here, we'll be deliberating next week and we'll make some decisions on this particular annual plan. But it's obviously going to kick off a wider conversation in time, so thank you. Colleagues, thank you. That concludes the submissions on the draft annual plan. Obviously next week we are going to... No, it doesn't? No, that was the earlier version.
You're just testing if they're weak.
The document. No, we're back after lunch. We're back after lunch, fully energised and mentally aware. So we're reconvening, what time, 2:30 does it say?
I'd like to chip in there for a sec because I just got a message from
2:30.
Robin saying that there is lunch at Wolf Street at the dry dock between 1 and 2:15, I think we'll find. 1 and 2:15, some fresh air and a nice wee break. And
Okay.
yeah, Wolf Street site.
All right, well, we're doing a tour of Wolf Street.
Hope not.
Good question. Good afternoon, colleagues, and welcome to Farm Street residents. Fantastic, good to see you. Our next submission is from Stephen Bird, and his submission is attached in attachment 9, page 1006. We've got 10 minutes set aside for you to give a submission/presentation, and if you finish a little early, then I'm sure there'll be some questions from the floor. So yeah, please come up, and if you press the purple button, we'll be able to hear you on the recording. So yeah, come on up. David, isn't it? Yeah, g'day David, how are you going?
All right. Thank you for the opportunity to come along. Steve, it's down to you that I'm here today because you and Dawn had your little drop-in session at Bayfair, and we came along, and I wanted to see if there was a way that we could get our street, our neighbourhood, looked at in a different way from that it's been looked at currently, which tended to be focusing on individual little complaints or issues that were arising. So for the last few years, I've felt like we've almost been playing whack-a-mole. As things come up, we've been going, how can we deal with this particular issue? How can we deal with this? How can we deal with this? And to be honest, I've been having a real struggle trying to get through the kind of process with staff and stuff, and it's often we end up with a kind of no, we can't do anything sort of approach. So Steve suggested I make a submission to the annual plan. I don't really know what that particularly entailed, but I figured, there's a whole bunch of budget in your annual plan around the Arataki multimodal project, the cycle action plan. There's stuff around, funding for a new bus interchange. So there's a whole lot of money that's kind of been set aside to look at our community and our neighbourhood. And I just wanted to see if we could almost take a step back and take a more holistic kind of view of what's actually going on in this area of Mount Maunganui, what the issues are, and can we sort of, put together some process where everyone can have a say and we can develop a kind of a consensus approach almost to, putting back all the stuff that to me feels like it's been taken away from our neighbourhood. Like we've had, our neighbourhood has basically been destroyed in the last 3 or 4 years. We've had, 20, 30 houses ripped out of our neighbourhood. We've had car parks put in place. We've had temporary bus interchanges put in our street, which is still there. We're told 12 months and 3 years later they're still there. We've just had a car park open up with another 600 cars a day or something coming out onto our street. Whereas, 2 years ago you had a report prepared by Abley Consultants saying reduction of traffic volumes and reduction of speed was the absolute priority for that street. And yet, constantly we're getting things taken from our community, ripped out, made worse, and it's like, so I felt like I was just constantly focusing on the negative, negative, and it's really draining and it's frustrating and you just kind of get really down on yourself, So I thought, how can we change the focus? So can we put some of this funding that we've set aside for these big kind of infrastructure projects and maybe take a step back and say, well, let's get everyone from this community and this neighbourhood, be it residents, business owners, all the hundreds of children that pass through that area every day, and come up with an idea about where we're going with this. What's our end goal? And can we make pieces that link up with all these other bits that we've got happening in town already, but nothing's quite meshing together, So I guess that's why I put together this proposal, was at least to put something down on paper, because otherwise we just constantly, you never get anywhere, you never make a start. So it's really just like putting a first step on the whole way forward, and can we look at this road in a different way? Can we change this neighbourhood from being a pipeline for cars and trucks and heavy vehicles and buses into a place that's like a public place, a place for the community? And, we're not saying there's no cars and trucks or whatever. We're saying there's still a place for those things, but let's focus on some of these other things as well and put back all the stuff that's been taken away. And I don't know, that's kind of what I'm hoping, that we can maybe use some of that funding to re-engage with the people in this area and almost reset and think about, let's develop a plan that addresses everyone's concerns. And maybe as like, that's why I put those images at the back. Like, why can't we have a beautiful public street? Why do we have to have a shitty car park, you know, and one tree, and that's the best we can do? Sorry, I mean, like, you know, like, I don't know. I just really want to take the opportunity to kind of step aside from hammering each individual problem and say, can we come up with a better plan? So that's where I'm at, and I've just thrown some things down, some ideas that I thought might address some of the issues that are there, but, you know, there's going to be plenty more, and everyone will have their own ideas and their own issues and their own thoughts on what's the best thing to do. So that's all I'd like to say. I'd like to invite David to have a...
Thank you for having us here. So I just want to continue with what Steve said there. I think a big part for me as well is safety. I'm a father of young kids, and there's a lot of young kids that go along Farm Street. And for me, the concern has always been safety in terms of the narrowness of that street, in terms of not enough cycling and pedestrian paths there. And I think what Steve said was really important there in terms of we've thought about what's happening in Arataki Park, we've thought about Lynx Ave, but we haven't really thought about Farm Street. And it's almost like it's always putting another thing in there and not really having a long-term plan. And I think for us, it's thinking about a win-win situation, how the community can benefit from it, how Bay Fair and shopping areas can benefit as well, how we can make it a safer place. It's just a feeling that road is very dangerous. There's a more and more traffic along that road with buses, with the car park, with the new entranceway. I think that's made a big difference to the amount of cars coming onto the street. And it's still made for residential. It's still a narrow street. So what Steve has shown here is an idea. And I think ideas have to come forward. We can't just keep thinking of a quick fix solution. There needs to be some good planning that comes in, and the community is willing to get involved. We are part of a bigger group, Smarter Arataki, and there's a lot of community members that are interested in making this street better and making it safer and making it more public friendly in terms of cycling, in terms of walking, in terms of aesthetically pleasing, in terms of trees being put in there, because a lot of residents feel that a lot has been taken away from them, and what that has resulted in is more noise pollution, more light pollution from Bay Fair, and just, you know, a sense of calmness and aesthetic pleasing is needed for this area. So I'm all for it with what Steve's saying. I think it's a win-win situation, as I said, in terms of moving forward and being smarter. And like what we're saying, it's not that this is the one solution. It's not that we have all the ideas, but what we're proposing is for some change and for some planning to happen with the change. So, yeah, thank you for letting us come to speak today.
Thank you, Stephen. Thank you, David. Any questions from colleagues? Councillor Baldock?
Yeah, thanks, guys, for coming in. I'm just looking at the pictures you've put together, your drawings, Stephen. I think about the third or fourth one down. The buildings on the east side of Farm Street, are they the existing houses, or they look like they're more multi-storey? They look like they're 2-storey, 3-storey townhouse kind of structures, or are they just representations of the existing houses there?
Oh, so I just went off the aerial photo, and basically those are just extruded up 3 metres out of the ground, so they're pretty much
the same housing. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's the odd 2-storey house that I know that I've put in there. Yeah.
All right. Okay.
And I mean, obviously, you know, like this neighbourhood is in a state of flux at the moment in terms of, you know, the uses that are going on in the street that have been allowed to happen. But you know, that's part of the whole discussion around intensification, and like what happens to the public space then becomes more important if we're going to do that kind of stuff. So, you know, it ties into a whole lot of different things as well.
That's why it caught my attention, is that it looked like the sort of redeveloped Farm Street in the future, but I was just clarifying, because that will certainly change the dynamics of the whole street if intensification does occur, the land values accompanying that.
Sure.
So I was just checking to see which it was, really, that's all.
Yeah, that's basically what's there at the moment.
I think, you know, they're really useful to look at, those drawings you've done. Thanks.
Okay.
Councillor Robson, then Aubrey.
Yeah, Stephen, we have 3,000 pages of submissions. It sounds much worse than it is, to be honest, but this is one of the more stimulating ones because of the way you frame the problem. So I want to ask you a simple question, if I can. Is it fair to say that if I'm sort of putting this
in the classification of all the submissions I'm trying to analyse, I should put this in the space of you want to be community vision led rather than council problem driven. Would that be a fair description of where it is you're coming from, community vision led?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that there's so many competing uses in this particular little area of the city that to date it feels like there's only been a focus on specific things that have been brought in, and the focus is from outside of what's happening here. It's more like how we're going to get our buses to run on time, or whatever they might be. And this whole chunk has just been chopped out and put to one side as too hard. And I think it has to come from the bottom. Otherwise, people will just people don't go away. This is where we live, and if at the moment we've just had stuff applied to us, put on us, and we've never had a say. So I think it's really important that people who live in a community get a say about what goes on in their community.
Just a quick supplementary observation, a lot of the councillors sitting around this table stood on that very principle, so you should be playing to a very receptive audience. Thank you.
Councillor Arbery.
Do you have any, I suppose, easy to do things that we can do, over the next year and get onto reasonably quickly and easy, or maybe what's the most dangerous parts of the road that council could look to address?
Well, there was a report done by some traffic consultants from Christchurch, and they specifically identified that the volume of traffic and the speed of traffic were priorities to be addressed. So I would imagine, we asked, could we get a speed limit put on the street, and we were told, well, there's going to be a citywide review in 2 years' time, and we'll deal with it then. So, I mean, I don't know. Can we trial stuff? Can we trial things where we, you can't turn right into the street, or I don't know, from Girvan Road in the mornings, can you have a no right turn, or buses only, or can we put a temporary speed limit in there? It's like one of the residents said to me, the issue is that a lot of people see the street as a rat run. So they're coming in there with a particular mindset of, I've got to get through here as quick as I can because I'm saving time. And it's part of what I was trying to do here was change the mindset of people coming in. That's what I'm saying. Can we put these big raised areas or change the surface of the street, or so that you feel like you're not just on a highway, you're not just racing home, you're coming into someone's neighbourhood. I don't know. I mean, I'm not a traffic expert. I'm an architect. I look at things as a kind of problem, and there's a whole lot of competing demands, and I think if you do one thing, you got to make sure it doesn't make something else work, I guess. It's not easy.
Question from me. What would the ideal format or forum be for council to re-engage with Farm Street community? Because I take the point, we've been putting things in front of Farm Street residents and for Farm Street residents to react to, but what would the ideal format or forum be whereby we can re-engage together and sort of talk about some of these issues? Would it be kind of like one of those reverse links AV sessions, how we had, that was very council led, and people came and there were designs and things. Could the community kind of do that and invite the council? I'm just thinking, what would the ideal format be?
I can answer this one. I think community discussions and those drop-in centres are great, but I think what Yaka was saying is a little bit more what small steps can be put in. So things like trialling speed, speed bumps in, these are hard things to put in, but they'll make a difference. And I think the plan that Steve put in by narrowing the street enhances it, and it makes that feeling of people wanting to go slow. So it may be a sense of things like putting some planting in. The planting doesn't have to be, it can be in boxes to start with. So you've got some trees, and I know they've done that in places like Auckland, where they've put in more of a cycle path and put some trees in boxes along the street. So it may be things just to trial and to see what can happen. I think we can have the discussions, but it's sometimes very hard for things to move forward without putting and implementing something first and just seeing how that works. But that's where we're going. There needs to be some sort of change happen there.
Mayor Powell.
Thanks, great and innovative ideas, guys. Thanks for bringing it to us. I do wonder, and this is really one for staff, that with Minister Genta's Innovating Streets concept, if we couldn't look at something like that as part of this. I don't know if there's anything left in that, what is effectively an NZTA fund, but something that might, you know, be a trial of some sort.
Yeah, I think that's something we could look at, and regardless, I think, of whether or not that funding source is still available, I think the treatment of the street using that approach would at the least be a good place to start. So Christine, you may wish to comment, but I'm aware that that we will be bringing a report back to council to consider, if you like, the location of what we are terming the bus interchange, or the options for the interchange. I don't know that necessarily Nick and Brendan and his team have picked up from where Martin left off in terms of the operational changes and improvements we could make in the short term to address the issues that you've sort of raised today. And so that's something that I'll follow up with, because of my sense is that with Martin's departure, that this hasn't been picked up in perhaps a way that it should have been.
So on the 28th of July, the AFTI committee will be looking at the facility, Arataki facility, which is looking at sites and seeking direction from council about what sites you want to go out for consultation, site or sites. Within that report, there's a section around engagement. It's been led out of the engagement team with the concept of possibly having some type of stakeholder reference group and looking at the wider issues. But certainly that would be one of the anchor activities. So that sort of is a preceded decision in some way as to where you're going to put some bus facility, because then that will have some significant impact on what happens in those spaces. So that will give you an overview of the technical and operational and other issues, pros and cons of both the sites, and seek some direction about how you wish to proceed from there forward, as well as talk about that wider engagement and that broader concept is sitting in there.
And Chair, through you, thank you, Christine, that's really helpful. Do we know if the fund has been exhausted? Thanks, Gareth.
There was a second round that we could apply for, but I think the date for that may have gone, but I'll follow up and check.
Thank you, Tim. Thank you, Stephen and David. We are making some decisions next week, and you can see it's generated quite a bit of interest around the table, so we'll get back to you on that. Thank you very much. Our next submitter, colleagues, is Peter McKinlay. And Peter's submission is in attachment 9, page 1066. I think, Peter, you'd be encouraged. You can see, you know, the emergence of a co-design way of working. Just starting here, just in this previous submission, you can see it working. Right now, here it comes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I guess you and your fellow elected members will be very encouraged to know that the latest elected member survey by LGNZ shows that by far the most prominent response from elected members was a desire for stronger council engagement with communities, local organisations and others. So it does seem as though even in New Zealand sentiment is moving much more towards co-creation, co-design and engagement, which I find personally very, very encouraging. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you, especially since my submission was very late. Got in just before the closing point. I wanted to just elaborate on the 2 points made in the original submission. The first is mitigating the impact on ratepayers, and the revised consultation document is very clearly written around the Council's concern that the impact of COVID-19 on ratepayers generally is going to be quite extreme in terms of affordability. And I guess, although we don't know numbers, it would be an expectation around this room that we could see hundreds, if not thousands, of people who would normally have no difficulty paying their rates who are going to face very real problems because of loss of income, business decline, business failure, whatever it might be. So, looking at the document, it's very obvious that the major issue that you're looking to make decisions about is how to mitigate the impact on ratepayers. And I want to have a look at the background in the Act to council decision making, which frames how councils should take these sorts of decisions. First is a requirement to seek to identify all reasonably practicable options. And that's in a context where I think the legislators had in mind that councils mightn't necessarily, unless they were required to, go across the full gambit. So this was to ensure that councils were really conscientious in covering the bases and ensuring that their publics had the opportunity to hear from them on what the options might be. The next requirement that's relevant, I think, is that a council must, in the course of decision making, give consideration to the views and preferences of persons likely to be affected. In other words, in the case of mitigating impact on ratepayers, to think about how ratepayers might prefer the council to make its choice amongst the available options. And then, of course, the section 14, which requires a council in making a decision to take account of the likely impact of any decision on each aspect of well-being. And very clearly, that requires the council, I think, in this instance, to think which of these options will have the least adverse impact on ratepayers who are financially constrained. So that's context. The document itself looks at just one option for mitigating impact, and that option is dealing with expenditure in ways which will minimise the expected or required rates increase. It gives no consideration to looking at how to mitigate impact through easing the way in which the obligation to pay is managed. And as I said in my original submission, if you look very carefully at the legislation and at the policy context affecting it, it's clear, and I've checked this with the relevant authorities who monitor local government financial matters, that councils, if they so choose, have the ability to give ratepayers the option, in effect, to take charge of their own postponement and to elect at their own option to choose to have their rates postponed for, could be 5 or 10 years. And that can be done in a way which has no adverse impact on the revenue available to a council and no adverse impact on the council's debt ratios for borrowing purposes. That option is not considered, and my submission is the provisions of the Act actually require the council to consider that option and to, if you will, discuss it with affected ratepayers through means such as the draft annual plan. And I think it's a fair assumption that if ratepayers were given the option of choosing between the present rates postponement policy, which, if you look at the welfare legislation around the impact on people required in conditions of hardship to apply for support, would be seen as an extremely punitive and potentially mental health damaging approach. The alternative of simply being able to say, please postpone my rates because at the moment I can't afford, is obviously much more straightforward, much more humane, and frankly much more effective. And it seems virtually certain that ratepayers, given the choice between the two, would opt for the at the ratepayers option choice. And it also seems clear that as a matter of requirement under the Act, that option should have been put and can still be put before the Tauranga community, because of course a rates postponement policy can be amended or adopted at any time. And obviously difficult to put in place in your current annual plan deliberations because you would need to consult with the community. There are points of detail that would need to be handled, but the principle is there. The option should be on the table and people should have the option to decide whether or not that is the one they wish their council, which acts as their agent, not their controller, to accept. Now, all of that said, I know from long experience in this area that rates postponement has not been a top-of-mind issue for any council across the country for decades. So it's not surprising if I can put it this way, most councils are pretty rusty on what the potential is. But what I'm asking you to do is scrub the rust off and have a look at a fresh, shiny approach. The second point is around working more closely with communities. And I've referenced the Community Engagement Charter, which all elected councillors signed up to before the election, and also noted, of course, the election wasn't very long ago. So in terms of timing to implement it and so on, it's early days. So I'm not saying the council hasn't done it, because you've had plenty on your plate and it takes time to get around to these things. What I've done is provide a bit more background on how local government generally is now thinking about working with communities. And in essence, what's being said is the world has changed. The post-COVID environment is going to be fundamentally different. And in particular, it's going to be critically important to give a voice to the people at the bottom. Community engagement, amongst other things, to help offset what's expected to be a very significant increase in inequality, social distress, social dysfunction, because of things like rising unemployment, which always impacts disproportionately on the least well off. We can talk about an increase of say 5%. Doesn't sound huge, does it? But to the most affected groups, that's going to be an increase of 20 or 30%. So a huge emphasis on working much more closely with and enabling communities. In the terms that a lot of think tanks are now using, it's about enabling empowered communities. It's about putting people in a position where they have a voice and a choice and an opportunity to have a say about what's happening to them, including, in the context of current public sector reforms, an opportunity to, working with the council, put their views to central government about how central government wishes to deliver services. What I've included in this is several paragraphs from a recent statement from the Secretary General of United Cities and Local Governments, which is by far the preeminent international association of local governments. Effectively, it speaks for local government literally across the world. And that's putting a very strong emphasis on the importance of local government working with and enabling communities. And in essence, what I'm inviting the council to do in the submission is to join the majority and put communities first, work with them, empower them so that they are able to play a full role. The good news, and the evidence is strong on this, is that councils that do work with communities in that way find, usually to their surprise, that it actually doesn't cost money, it saves money, because you get much better knowledge, you get much better input about, you don't really need to spend that dollar, we can get by with what we've got. And I think perhaps most encouragingly, both for elected members and for council staff, it greatly increases the respect people have for councils. And remember, the 2017 LGNZ survey of the public showed that only about 17% of respondents held their councils in high respect. Tauranga can do much better than that, and I invite you to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter, for the submission. Any questions from colleagues? Councillor Arbery.
Is there another council that has a similar rates postponement policy? And I mean, the big objection that I've heard is, what does it do to bad debts?
Nothing to bad debts. The postponed rates are a first charge on a property ahead of any other charges, including existing mortgages, and are normally protected by a statutory land charge. It's about the soundest financial asset you could lay your hands on. As to the second part, I'm not aware of any council which currently has that in place, but for the very simple reason that, except in limited cases, people over 65, for example, councils really haven't had rates postponement policies. They've had what I think are really non-postponement policies, called postponement policy, but written in such a way that nobody would ever apply.
Councillor Clout.
Thanks very much, Peter, for coming in and presenting. In your submission, you mentioned the fact that our consultation sort of process and toolkit is based on IAP2, and you have some reservations about that. Are you able just to, in layperson's terms, just explain what those reservations are?
The way it's written is it's a tool for council officers to use to go and talk to people about what the council intends to do. If you look at the used within the IAP2 community internationally itself, that is not how IAP2 is intended to be used. It's much more a set of tools and practices that can be used for exchange between people. If you look at the website of the Canadian Association, IAP2 for example, there's a lot of material there with practitioners basically saying this is a two-way tool. This is not about giving the entity control of the agenda. It is about anyone's right to set the agenda and then how we work through that. So it's fundamentally different in terms of its real intent. It's about engagement. And in New Zealand, it hasn't been used that way. Just have a look at the Bay of Plenty Regional Council's significance and engagement policy. And it's basically, this is how we do to you what we are going to do to you. It's not about how we work with you to determine what we should do, which is what IAP2 is supposed to be.
Finally, opportunity for you, Councillor Granger. You were looking like you're ready to ask a question. There you go.
Ready to fire. Hey, look, Peter, thanks for coming in and sharing your comments. I've got to say, I do like that sentence you just shared with us before about the greatest respect that people have for council. That really is quite a sensitive point for me, and it's just something that I wanted to throw back at you, and thank you for bringing that forward.
Thank you.
Just into the latter part of your submission, you say here that we need to ensure the proper funding to carry out the basic services that our populations need. Now, you know as well as I that the basic services in many minds, the variation is very wide, and I'm probably saying that between councillors and the public or the community. So can you give us a little bit more clarity in your mind what you regard as the basic service?
That's actually a quote from the UCLG Secretary General, and that part of the statement is a bit more aspirational than most, although if you look around the globe, you take for example the European Charter of Local Self-Government, which is a treaty amongst European countries, there's a strong commitment to adequate funding for services at the local level. And I think there's, it's beyond debate that local government in New Zealand is inadequately funded, especially for its major infrastructure services. That, of course, is under serious discussion at the moment in terms of, especially the Three Waters. It is a very difficult one. There is an option which I believe that the Productivity Commission should have picked up, and which I think local government itself should pick up, and that is a way of accessing GST. If you look at Australia, both with the financial assistance regime, which is in essence 1% of the federal budget allocated for local government, and in the way GST is distributed, what happens is that a sum certain is set aside by virtue of statute, and the distribution of that is applied through one or more of grants commissions against a set of criteria designed broadly to achieve horizontal equity across different councils. The same thing could have been done and could be done in New Zealand by a government simply saying, okay, GST is 15%, 1.5% of that goes to local government, we'll set up an independent body to allocate that, a New Zealand Local Government Grants Commission, and here are the sorts of criteria that should apply. So there are potential sources of funding. The problem, of course, is that what central government has, apart from the COVID-19 recovery initiatives, central government likes to hold on to tightly. But it's not a matter of feasibility, it's a matter of politics.
Thank you, Peter, and thank you for your submission today. So we'll be deliberating next week, and our reply will definitely be in the mail, if not during deliberations. So thank you very much.
May I wish you every success with your deliberations.
Thank you.
And thank you, everyone.
Colleagues, our next submitter is Zane Jensen, representing Sport Bay of Plenty. I can see Heidi there as well. Hello, Heidi. You'll be pleased to know that Zane and Wiremu have been attentively listening to all sports submissions. And yeah, you'd be proud of them.
I knew would be.
Sport Bay of Plenty submission is on page 37 of your attachments in Stella. Okay, so looks like you've got the microphone there, Heidi, so over to you.
I have,
Well,
thank
the boss
you.
is going to go first. Yes.
Yeah. Kia ora tātou. It's lovely to be able to be here in person and see you in person after the periods that we've been through. We just want to talk to the highlights of our written submission, obviously. And with me is Zane, the dedicated, who's been here most of the day. So first of all, we just want to thank you and your team. Thank you for the strategic partnership with Sport Bay of Plenty and with your team for their continued communication and dialogue and interaction and sharing with us. The key bit probably I get to highlight, which is the nice bit, is that we believe that community sport and recreation, as you will have seen, is able to bring communities together in a way that very few other activities can. Obviously, we are Sport Bay of Plenty, so we see a lot of sport and recreation, but I'm sure you will have as well, how when we couldn't do sport and recreation, it was really hard on our communities. They really struggled, and there was lots of makeshift things that were exciting that happened about families and whānau together, you know, walking and cycling and all those sorts of things. So as we recover from COVID-19, we know that grassroots sport is still hurting because of various losses in funding that they were able to access that they now can't, and so we're basically just encouraging you to consider grassroots sports in your continued thinking and deliberations. And I get to hand over to Zane now.
Thanks, Heidi. Hey, shh, the boss is here. Steve, throw me under the bus. Kia ora, everyone. A couple more points of, I guess, that we've put through in our annual plan submission. Just on draft user fees and charges, we were very happy to see the revised changes post-COVID, and we support obviously just the CPI increase. It makes it a lot more achievable for our community users across the whole city, both indoor sport users, community halls, community centres and aquatic. Obviously pre-COVID, we're very concerned at the proposed fee increases for those users, and a little bit concerned about the process that was followed to how that came about in terms of, I guess, lack of collaboration with the users and engagement with the users around how those potential up to 25% increases would implicate their activities and how they were able to deliver a good service to the community. So I guess that, is another reason for concern potentially at the functionality of the council-controlled organisation, that's BVL. Over the past few days, you've heard numerous submitters echoing these same sort of concerns, right from, like I say, community hall users through to indoor users through to aquatic users as well. Yesterday we had Impact Gym Sport present to you as well, who have had negotiations with BVL around their lease, only to be met with a potential loss of right of renewal out of their contract in March 21. So I guess it's a bit sort of higher philosophical probably conversation that we're trying to enlighten here and start around the table trying to get some better collaborative community outcomes with the CCO. We were pleased to see the deferral of the $5.5 million investment into the High Performance Centre pushed out. Obviously, COVID's thrown a pretty big implication to the sport and rec sector, so it'll be really interesting to obviously have this discussion again come LTP and look at where, I guess, the sport and recreation landscape is and where we're moving as a country. In terms of spaces and places, applaud the council for their approach and collaboration in terms of the Bay of Plenty Spaces and Places strategy. We're now at the end of our first 3-year period of the strategy, and we've achieved some great regional outcomes, sub-regional and local. And that's been down to the work that all 6 Bay of Plenty councils have done collaboratively across that project. One thing that we have noted within the Tauranga City Council boundary, I guess, is a situation where there's many projects being proposed on parks and reserves, and at the moment a lot of those are being treated in isolation and not in collaboration. So we would love to see, I guess, a master planning type exercise across the active reserves network, including all the proposed projects. And with that, I guess,
almost following the same sort of line as the social infrastructure work that was completed last year, looking, however, across the active reserves network. There's obviously the supply and demand work that's been done on the greenfields, but I think that there's an opportunity to have a longer sort of view of our strategic approach and outcomes that we're trying to get our parks and reserves. And I guess within that, you know, having listened to a few submitters as well, it offers the opportunity to be a little bit more innovative around how we use our parks and reserves. Let's be flexible about those spaces. Let's be really innovative. And does a traditional approach always need to continue, I guess? So with that, any questions?
Thank you, Zane. Any questions, colleagues? Councillor Baldock.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Zane and Heidi. You've mentioned 25% increases. In other submissions, we've heard people say 35%, but we don't get the details of that. Can you specifically tell us what was a 25% increase in a user fee? Because that does come as somewhat of a surprise, given those increases are signed off by us, you know. So
I'd have to go back and look at the proposed pre-COVID, but it was, I guess, yeah, there were some increases that were minimal. Some were going up 10 cents in some facilities, and then in other facilities there was a jump of about 25%. Was the biggest that I was able to find. But by all means, I'm happy to go back through those proposed and identify.
I'd really appreciate it, because you are close to it, and sometimes it's the base that it's going up from that indicates whether it's, you know, reasonable or not. 35% on a, you know, $5 charge is different than. So yeah, I'd really appreciate that feedback from you if you could.
Councillor Arbery.
Yeah, I was just wondering how fees and charges in Tauranga compared to, say, Rotorua or other centres.
Just in Bay of Plenty or
New Zealand?
Yeah, I guess it's hard because you're not comparing apples with apples, so to speak, in terms of the service being offered and potentially who's operating those facilities as well, whether it be CCO, council, commercial, private. Overall, I would say that we sit median in terms of there's a lot of things you need to factor into broader than just the user fee charge, i.e. the demographic of the community that you're charging, the community that you're servicing basically, and what's on offer as well. It's quite a difficult exercise to try and compare, because it's very difficult to compare, being it's not like the same, I guess.
Any additional questions, colleagues? No. Thank you, Heidi and Zane, for the presentation. Thank you for what you do for our community through Sport BOP too. It's awesome. Thank you. Colleagues, we move now to Scott Brundle's submission on the Mount Vision 2020. There is, I can see an icon there on the desktop, and we've got the paper-based submission in front of us. Tauranga has its green necklace, the Mount has a golden necklace, and the Vision 2020 here. So been looking forward to it, Scott. Welcome, Scott. So we've got 10 minutes set aside for you to use as you see fit, but if you finish a little earlier, then there may be some questions. I think there will be. Yeah. Thank you.
Better? Better. Okay. Hello, everybody. Thanks for having me today. My name's Scott Brundle. I'm a resident in Tauranga and Mount Maunganui. I've been a resident in the Mount area for approximately 2.5 years. Run a couple of businesses out of that area as well. This submission here is really part of, I guess, personal observation and some thoughts around potentially some quick wins, well, maybe not quick, but some wins for the local community in the Mount to go forward. Just going through these slides here, sorry if it's a bit wordy. Really, those observations are based around some blockers which I see in the Mount area, and that is the main one being parking. it's already a congested end of a peninsula, and it's a major problem at peak time, peak season, and other times for people to get in and out of the Mount area. There's a lot of car park prowling around streets because there's no focal point around parking as well. Traffic is, I'm sure everybody here has been to the Mount, is a continual problem. There's obviously choke points through Totara Street and through Monganui Street, and there's also, can be at times, major disruptions through the train route through the area. There is, and obviously the Mount as the screensaver, dictates, and the icon for the Tauranga City Council is a major part of Tauranga, and it's a major part of the Bay of Plenty, and one of the top tourist destinations for the North Island. Going into the proposal, so that what this really is a request for a feasibility study from the council, and it's really up to, these are really just talking points, some ideas thrown down on paper, and it was really following this, it's over to the council to potentially drill into some of these around the feasibility of implementing some or all. As it's already covered, the parking's basically the main issue. Once that's fixed, then other things can be solved, such as pedestrianisation of the main street, and other things like limiting large vehicles along the main street there as well. Some ideas. So the key issue around for the first point here, address the car parking issue in the central Mount. But the businesses in the Mount probably as much, if not more, than most other suburbs in and around Tauranga really rely on vehicles. There's no other way of getting to the Mount. It would be lovely if there was a ferry, but there's not. And they live or die by that fluidity of people moving in and out. Most of the year, it's actually local Tauranga tourism, so it's intra-city tourism which is probably the lifeblood of what's coming into that region, and a lot of people are put off, especially if people are from Tauranga, because they know that of the parking issues in the area and they know of the traffic issues in the area. So that's generally a major issue with people coming and going. The proposal here is that, and this is obviously this is just a suggestion, obviously, there exists a parking space on Shadelands Lane by May Street and Paratakataka Park, which is I believe it's owned by the council and it's already used for a car park. The submission here is really just around, is there a potential to make that a low-storey, multi-storey car parking building? And it's a location which could be engineered for that already. There are some things around that, obviously it's a fantastic area. The last thing that would be beneficial to it would be building a massive steel structure right in the middle, so vertical gardens or things like that could be of benefit. On the back of that, there's some suggestions in here around if a building was to be placed into that area, is there something that can be done around an event centre? To the best of my knowledge, the Tauranga doesn't have a dedicated event centre which has takes in the amazing views of Pilot Bay and the Kaimais and the Mount. So it was really around how could that be utilised? If you're going to build the space, how could you utilise the space to take that into account? So a low-rise building potentially would easily tower over the top of the existing buildings in the area and allow for, if it's orientated correctly, views back over to Pilot Bay and Matakana. There's just some ideas around design that could be incorporated. So what this leads to, so the reason why I'm sitting here today is actually because I feel that it's high time to pedestrianise the Mount. So to address Main Street at least between Pacific and Prince Ave, and make that, if not an entirely dedicated pedestrian area, to make it at least partially pedestrianised through certain portions of the week, or the month, or the year. The area is a fantastic area to participate in. Amazing beaches. You have Marwell, you have Pilot Bay. It's assumed that the cruise ships come back one day. A lot of international tourism footfall through the area, and an amazing new park which can be linked into a pedestrianised walk zone. So that's, for my view, is that before that can take place, something needs to be done to address the parking, because the new park has obviously taken out large portions of what parking was there. It's quite a sensitive issue on the main street, but it just needs to be addressed, that's all. So one way or another, whether it's a car park building, whether it's opening up and working with other existing options, that has been passed by one of the local iwi who are supportive of a parking building and may even be interested in some investment. And I just put some pictures in there of what Auckland's doing in their CBD. Another aspect of making the main street more pedestrian friendly and allowing it to sort of grow into what it could be is around limiting large vehicles. Currently, the bus route, as an example, goes straight through the main street when it could easily be diverted to May Street to skip the fumes and the noise. Also, from time to time, large vehicles, articulated trucks, use the main street and run over the parks in the middle, the planters in the middle of the streets, and this type of thing. So, easy things to change, which could just really help the ambience of the street. And I put in, while I was at it, I put in a seapole. So, why not? So, Matariki could be a great location for a seapole. I just thought I'd put that in there. It used to be a leisure park, didn't it? Yeah. So, anyway, that's the submission. So, any questions?
Thank you, Scott. I've been speaking to my fellow Mount Councillor Kitty on this, and she's been quite excited, so we'll be personally following up with her as well. But any questions from councillors? Mayor Powell.
Yeah, Scott, thank you. Fantastic, really, all the thinking. How do you think it would resonate, though, generally, if the Mount, across the area that you're suggesting, from Pacific Ave onwards, was pedestrian only?
So again, you'd have to address the parking. If it was done prior to addressing the parking, there's 33 car parks along the main stretch there between Pacific and Prince. There's 40 car parks in the Shadelands Lane car park at the moment. If it was offset to that location, then I think you could get buy-in. I think it would be a process, but if there was a solution to the car parking, then I think it would be reasonable to move along the path of pedestrianisation. I don't think it would be reasonable prior to that, though.
Councillor Baldock.
Yeah, thanks, Scott. Some very, very innovative and interesting ideas. I guess you heard the earlier submission, if you were here, about collaboration, co-design with the community. So what's your view on how we engage with everybody? Because when we go down the path, you've got your ideas and someone else is for and against. And are you a member of the newly formed MMRRR and so on?
I am not a member of the newly formed MMRRR.
Who do we connect with here to do this sort of thing, so we take everyone with us and we hear from everyone?
That's a great question, and I mean I'm really probably not educated enough on the engineering of local council to give advice on that. I mean, I am a member of the Mount Main Street Mount Business Association. That's certainly a it's a vehicle to be able to start. I think it's about consultation. You just got to have town hall, invite people along, tell them what you're doing, take them on the journey with you. I think that's probably the starting point.
That is exactly the example, because that's what we normally do.
Yeah.
We have a town hall, we tell them what we're doing, and we're being told now that this is the wrong way to start. We need to, and we run into problems no matter which way we go often.
Well,
So.
I think, yeah, I think you can probably look to, perhaps best practice in other councils around the world. I'm no expert, as I say. You're in an inherently difficult space where people, don't all align in the same way because everyone's got an opinion. I think, this is clearly, it would be contentious because people have strong opinions about the locations that they live. But I think, done the right way, I think, it could be, an amazing thing for the Mount area. But, I mean, I don't honestly have the answer for that. Perhaps that's one of the things the feasibility study could explore about how these types of things have been implemented and discussed. Perhaps Auckland are doing this. Obviously it's not a higher residential zone, but they do have a lot of businesses disrupted along the main street there. So that may be an option to talk to other councils who have done it.
Love the resurrected dolphin pool too.
Yeah, I don't know what we're going to call it. Yeah, dead duck maybe.
Now, dolphin pools, that is getting back. Councillor Kitty.
First of all, thanks very much.
worries.
Really enjoyed reading it when we did get a chance to do that. So just for your information, we have been, Steve and I have been walking the streets on Friday afternoons for the last 3 weeks, which has been really interesting, talking to all the businesses. And the general consensus that's come out is basically a spatial plan or some design that's needed from the business community as well as the residents. So we have got some plans. We are just setting the date. We found a venue to be able to do that so that we can invite you all along, just have a wee bit of a chat with Steve and I to see what it is that you want. How do you think the community that you're dealing with will feel with that?
So I think there's a lot of mind change in the area. There is, I think there's some blockers from historical, long-term, perhaps businesses along the main street there. I know from a Mount business perspective, a lot of those people have moved on or doing other things, and a lot of people who are now in the business association are really creative, quite upbeat, looking for and open-minded to things like this. But we clearly need, as you say, a spatial plan, long-term thinking. And I think it's a uniquely good time in the Mount's history, to be able to address these types of things and have some really functional and constructive feedback. Yep.
Again, I just want to say thank you very much, and Steve and I will be getting hold of you today or tomorrow.
Sure.
Thank you.
No worries.
Thank you, Scott. Appreciate the submission.
Fantastic. Thank you, everybody. Yep.
Yeah, sure.
Do you think, are you part of Amanda's Mount Main Street board?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
But this isn't part of the board. This
No,
is
no.
just my observations.
No, but it could be for Stephen and Dawn perhaps, particularly if Amanda wanted to organise a Main Street meeting of this sort, just because obviously business owners are ratepayers as well,
Yep.
because they're residents,
Yep.
as a rule. That might be an idea, Scott, just to kick this off.
I think it would be a good one. I think that's as good a place as any to start. That and the Ratepayers Association, I think, would be excellent. Fantastic. Cool. Thanks, guys. Have a lovely day.
Thank you. Our next submitter is Andrew from the Mount Maunganui Cricket Club, the best cricket club in the Mount. Because I just realised there's one that's just started at Papamoa the other day. So welcome, Andrew. And this is really a good chance to brief new elected members on the issues that the Mount Maunganui Cricket Club have had on the Blake Park site and some ways forward. So thank you very much. Andrew, I shouldn't be asking this in public. I should ask you personally. How do I say your last name properly? Properly. Okay. Hoekstragen, that'll do me. Thank you, Andrew. So we've got 10 minutes set aside, which you can use as you see fit, but if you do finish a little early, then there may be some questions from my colleagues. So over to you.
Good afternoon, councillors. My name is Andrew Hoekstra, and as Steve just pointed out, I'm accompanied by the President of Mount Moinui Cricket Club, Brian Rhodes. And we're here to submit on behalf of Mount Moinui Cricket Club and Tauranga City Council's Park and Recreation team in regards to the draft annual plan. This is our fourth submission. Therefore, some of you will be familiar with our submissions. So for those new faces, I'll provide a quick intro and timeline as to our situation. On 2014, Tauranga City Council entered into an agreement with Mount Moinui Cricket Club regarding exiting their release early to facilitate the growth of international cricket and hockey on the lower tier of Blake Park. This agreement effectively covered, amongst other things, an establishment with a premier grade wicket block in front of Mount Moinui Sports Club, and this was formalised in 2015 by a letter of intent, which you can see in the handouts I've provided to you. And conditions were established. In 2017, this was the start of the breaches by Tauranga City Council against this agreement, which effectively led to our premier grade wicket block being removed on the 6th of November 2018 without any consultation to Mount Moinui Cricket Club. By removing our cricket wicket block, which was central to this 2014 agreement, was a clear breach. Furthermore, we were at the time in the middle of discussions for our club to become full members with Mount Sports Club, having previously been on a casual arrangement when Tauranga City Council removed the wicket and forced our hand to decline the membership into Mount Sports Club, effectively making Mount Cricket Club homeless. So our current situation, we have been situated in Blake Park since 1967 with over 100 years of community service and engagement history. We are the largest cricket club in the Bay of Plenty, comprising of over 1,000 stakeholders yearly with sustained annual growth. And due to your broken agreement with Mount Moinui Cricket Club, we are now the only club in the Bay of Plenty without a facility overlooking our premier grade wicket as initially promised. And we are currently without a home and storage, both of which are central to running a cricket club. Oh, sorry, I've just skipped something there. So that was due to the broken agreement, and we have gone from 3 grass wickets to 2 grass wickets. So as mentioned before, this is our 4th submission, so we did have a bit of leeway between 3rd and 4th submissions. So what happened in that time was a working group was officially formed by Mayor at the time, Greg Brownless, and Councillor Calvin Clout, and included Councillors Clout, Robson and Morris, along with Mark Smith and Megan Cleverley from the Parks and Recs team, and Mount Moinui cricket members Hoekstra and March and Rhodes. And why was that? It was to explore a potential build on Blake Park for Mount Moinui Cricket Club to accommodate cricket and other codes as per Tauranga City Council's Sportsville model. Blake Park users meeting has been conducted with no obligations. And a feasibility study of Blake Park has been conducted by Tauranga City Council's Park and Recreation team. A proposed site visit was conducted by Councillors Clout and Robson, and that leads us here today to submit on behalf of Tauranga City Council's Park and Recreation team for additional funding for the following proposed facility. So this will be referring to the second page of your handouts, just so you get a clear indication of where we're looking. And this is the area that we did the council did a feasibility study, which was successfully conducted by a team in Blake Park in the proposed area specified. We have taken into consideration geotechnical services. The facility fits within guidelines outlined by your Parks and Rec team. The facility is to be owned and maintained by Mount Moinui Cricket Club Incorporated. We have the financial backing to do so. This will be a removable structure around approximately around 151 metre squared with an estimated 200 metre square footprint. All toilet considerations have been made, men, women's and disabled, and services have been addressed under the working group discussions. I won't spend too much time on this next slide, but that's something basic we're looking at this stage, but it's obviously very in the concept stage. So what are we asking of you? A lease of the land pointed out for 30 years, a 30% contribution. And now this was worked out on, I'm not sure you can see it too clearly on the graph on the right there, but with all the considerations coming to around a total of 443,400, and we're asking for 30% contribution, so that's be approximately 133,000, less than 80k rollover. That refers to a previous financial year for this type of project. There was 80k set aside, and the councils were looking into rolling this over. And that would mean just an additional 53,000 required. The additional funding will be made by us, Mount Maunganui Cricket Club, through charitable organisations, sponsorship, fundraising, donations, and a 50k contribution to ourselves. A smaller club in the Bay of Plenty recently raised 150k to upgrade their club rooms. And as previously mentioned, we are the biggest club in the Bay of Plenty with over 1,000 stakeholders who make up commercial, legal and financial expertise. And we have raised in the past 90k for Blake Park lighting. And being in a sound financial position, we are confident in successfully raising the remaining funds required to complete such a project. So in summary, we are here not just on behalf of Mountain Cricket Club, but also on behalf of your Park and Recs team to apply for additional funding for this new operations facility at 30% of the total project cost and a 30-year lease of the proposed land. And why? Mount Maunganui Cricket Club has acted in good faith with Tauranga City Council from the start. The Tauranga City Council has failed to deliver under the accepted terms of the letter of intent. And Tauranga City Council's lack of formal consultation around field developments. A feasibility study has been successfully conducted on the land area required. Significant community benefits, so we've had interest from other sporting codes, societal clubs and tournaments such as the Ames Games. The Women's Cricket World Cup in 2021 is coming to Blake Park, and in Blake Park has also hosted the Under-19 Cricket World Cup and Senior Men's qualifiers. Tauranga City Council already have half the required funds set aside for this project already, so it's we're not asking for that full 133 in the end. That would be the 80k plus the 53. We have the means to fund such a proposal and maintain it. So we also currently have no home, so it's coming a sense of urgency. So councillors, Tauranga City Council have stated that no code gets preferential treatment on Blake Park. So we ask, why has Blake Park codes such as squash, hockey, tennis, all in the process of gaining new courts and fields when cricket has lost our premier field? We could all speculate as to why our cricket field was removed early under lease, but the facts, the fields were widened to international rugby standards just in time for New Zealand Rugby Sevens to move to Blake Park, Mount Maunganui. At no point did we ask for this wicket to be reinstated as per our agreement, as we support the growth of Blake Park and all its codes. It would not have been in the best outcome for the community and its ratepayers. We are simply asking Tauranga City Council to honour your agreements, honour your statements, and we believe the proposed facility will go a long way in doing so. It is important to note that we would still lose a grass wicket field, but we are willing to forego this to ensure we have a home on Blake Park. Thank you for your time, and we welcome any questions.
Thank you, Andrew and Brian. It's the fourth time's better than the first. You guys are getting more practice. It's fantastic. Well done. Questions, colleagues? Councillor Robson's in utter disbelief over there. Councillor Clout.
Yeah, thanks very much, guys, for coming in again, and your continuing patience going through this process. Now, going from 3 fields down to 2, are you still able to operate successfully with those 2 fields on a week-to-week basis?
Yes, of course. It's a community sports field, so when we say our fields, they're not really ours. I mean, you'd probably be lucky if 2 out of our 4 teams at home at any one time. So, yeah, I mean, and probably from week in, week out, sometimes Mount teams aren't even scheduled on Blake Park. There are other fields around the area, so, yes. Yeah, yep.
We have there's an artificial wicket for the lower grades that they use. Yeah.
Councillor Kitty, then Hollis.
Has there been any opportunity, or is there any opportunity that you could, let's say, combine with someone like the Mount Sports and have a look at doing something there?
Yeah, that was the central to the agreement. Was we moved in with Mount Sports, and we were to have this #1 Premier grade in front of the facility, and that was working for a little bit. There was some issues around the condition, and then that's when that wicket was actually taken away from us. We were halfway through discussions to become a full member with Mount Sports, but obviously we couldn't accept under those terms because of the field being taken away from us, and with storage and things, it was becoming too far away from our ground. Did you want to add anything to that, bro? Yeah.
Councillor Hollis? Oh, same question, fantastic. And the Mayor?
Keen to understand what happened. Why are we in this position? Why are we sitting here today talking about this when we do have a letter that I find oddly dated 2015, and yet there was works beginning in 2014, November of the year prior. But what's happened?
There was discussions. We were initially down where I'm not sure if you've all been there and noticed the new hockey turf down the bottom of Blake Park. Yep, so we were initially there and we were asked to vacate early under the initial lease so we could make way for this development. And so...
The initial lease wasn't to run out till last year, 2019, so we vacated for 5 years.
Yeah, and that was under the pretense for the letter of intent, so it was basically swapping like for like. And so under those conditions, we said, okay, we'll support this development. So we've moved into Mount Sports Club with the letter of intent agreements, and then they've been broken since then.
Any additional questions? No? Hey, thank you very much, Andrew and Brian. We're almost there. In a week's time, we'll be making some decisions on your submission and the others, and we will obviously be in touch personally through the working group chaired by Councillor Clout to let you know. But thank you for coming in once again to brief the new elected members on the situation and the latest proposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Cheers. Thanks for your time. Cheers.
And finally, we have Simone Anderson, the incubator.
So what would you like me to do with this glass?
Just leave it at the end there and
I thought you were going to ask a question, Councillor Bullock. I thought, no, I won't, no. Yeah. So welcome, Simone. Welcome to your team.
Thank
you. We've had some forerunners submissions earlier on in the week as well. But no, looking forward to hearing from you today. And I think several of my colleagues have been down to visit as well, and they've been feeding back too. So you have 10 minutes to use as you see fit to present, and if there's a bit of time left over, then my colleagues may have some questions of you. Thank you, Simone.
Good afternoon. Well, that's loud. Good afternoon, elected members and TCC team. This is Tan and lovely Siska, one of our trustees. Firstly, with hand on heart, we would like to express our gratitude and thanks to the Tauranga City Council. This is not simply paying lip service, but acknowledging the support from elected members, including those in past councils, the support of the excellent community services team, the community development team, and Blair and his team in the historic village, who have helped and enabled us on our trajectory to serve the community through arts. Thank you for this. I realise that you've all had a gruelling week of submissions, and I believe that we're the last one, so I think that's lucky last. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to talk to our submission, and hopefully at this tail end of the hearings we can leave you with a positive, colourful, hopeful impression of what we can do together. You would have received and hopefully had the opportunity to dive into our submission. I could apologise for its lengthiness, but to be honest, it represents the volume of achievements and plans that we have. We're super proud of where we have come and what we have contributed to the historic village and the Tauranga Moana community since 2013. With the collaborative support and financial contribution from TCC and other funders, every cent has been invested into the social outcomes that the arts provide to community. We take our dollar investments, add a currency of goodwill, and produce meaningful dividends. We add value to the village. So 7 years on, we've not stopped growing, and as always, we're poised for action. You might ask what we want from you. In a nutshell, the green light. We're committed to the continued transformation of the village to be a creative beacon in the community, a lighthouse destination for arts, culture, education, experiential engagement, entertainment, well-being, and community-led energy. We have done research, and we need your leap of faith to take it to its full potential. Cities need arts as much as sports, and you might ask what it is about the incubator that is different. We are real. We are not elite. We are accessible. We're community-driven. We're resourceful, positive. We're grassroots, and we absolutely get stuff done. Unlike development of other key infrastructure, the solid bones are there now. Your support and blessing can enable us to make this happen in a very short amount of time. We want to be part of the formation of the new identity of the village and have a partnership in the delivery of a thriving and vibrant community arts hub. When it comes to the Toi Moana Arts and Culture Strategy, you could say that we're overachievers, blowing our action points out of the water and then some. We deliver and implement grassroots facilities, infrastructure, and deliver a stimulating program of diverse events and activities. We identify real gaps and build strong ecosystems responding to what we see the need is. We wholeheartedly serve our creative sector and audience. We make considered plans and act on them. For example, our most recent addition, Okorori Ngātoi Māori, a partnership with the heritage team to transform an historic homestead, deeply significant to all its descendants, into a meaningful place of connection, display, a visitor destination, and representation of Māori and Indigenous artists. In Dean Flavel's words, we have put the Māori, the life energy, back into the homestead. We don't go into this willy-nilly. We engage partners, advisors, and champions. We've established an iwi advisory group to enable us to continue moving forward better. And we're 100% committed to our excellent relationships with Ngāi Tamara Wāho. This is their place, and we are aware of the privilege that we have to inhabit it. Not only do we deliver to Toi Moana, but our current and proposed growth aligns to 3 of the Council's 5 proposed new outcomes. 1, Tauranga, a city that is well planned with a variety of successful and thriving compact centres and resilient infrastructure. Well, there you go, the village, a thriving community arts precinct handed to you on a plate. Boom. 2, Tauranga, a city that attracts and supports a range of business and education opportunities, creating jobs and a skilled workforce. This is us. How did you guys know? 3, Tauranga, a city that recognises and values culture and diversity, and where people of all ages and backgrounds are included, feel safe, connected and healthy. Boom, we're there already. We are not a group building a personal empire, we are a group building community. We do what we say we will, and for every cent that we're entrusted with, we deliver tenfold in social capital. Investment and support in what we're doing in the village does not hemorrhage the ratepayers or other funders' coffers, but it's filtered directly back into the community with exceptionally positive and transformative outcomes. Our MO since day one is to bring the people on the ride, an actively engaged and committed community-led movement, delivering positive outcomes to community and the city. We have an incredible board of trustees, a team of staff and volunteers that live and breathe what we do. We don't simply report for duty. To us, the post-COVID environment is not a disaster, but a lesson and an opportunity to harness all the good that came from it. The development and setting of a new direction and forming a cohesive identity for the historic village is a crucial opportunity. Our plans are looking to the future, they're long term. I have my daughter Ivy here with me today. What we're setting in place is for her and her generation, not just ours. I'd like to thank those elected members who have accepted our invitation to visit and see for yourselves what we're doing, and we hope to see more of you in the near future. Also, the support of Tourism Bay of Plenty, Creative Bay of Plenty, Social Link for endorsing our plans, and the absolute gratitude to all of those in the community who've submitted to support our plans. We need to get this right. This is a happy story, and in this post-COVID world, let's see this happen together. Thank you.
Thank you, Simone. Any questions, colleagues? Councillor Bullock.
Thanks, Simone. Thank you, Siska. And sorry, was it Tanya? Sorry. You certainly brought the colour. The question is, since you are the last submitter, did you bring the wine?
Yeah.
Okay, any additional questions? Oh no, what a way to finish. Hey, thank you, Tanya, Simone and Siska for the submission. We'll be making some decisions beginning Wednesday next week, and then we'll be getting back to you. Final decisions by the end of the month. So thank you for your submission and for the effort that you put into the creative sector down there. It's pretty awesome.
Thank you.
And
we apologise for the slideshow. This isn't what it looked like when we had it ready.
I can attest to some of the venues there. I think the old schoolhouse is it behind there. There was a really good impression of Frank Spencer by Councillor Clout one day down there. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes. Colleagues, thank you. That's the end of submissions on the annual plan. I'd like to thank our staff, our submitters. I'd like to thank the Democracy team. Raj has been furiously typing up submission points for us to read, so thank you for that. There are no late items, so therefore declare the meeting closed.